guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. intelligence reportedly finds China is gaining a strategic edge over the U.S. amid the Iran conflict, as President Trump has high-stakes talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The war and sanctions pressure are reshaping energy flows and alliances across the Middle East. The FBI and DOJ are accused of making improper settlements to former agents.
The accusations come after an investigation from House Judiciary Democrats concluded the Justice Department approved more than $1 million in payments to fired FBI agents. Congressman Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on the panel, wrote to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche asserting the handouts constitute an astounding and lawless abuse of government office and taxpayer dollars. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Uncertainty is growing in the Cuban-American community after President Trump suggested on Truth Social that Cuba's government is seeking talks with Washington amid a reported crisis. U.S. political expert Alex Pinellas.
It could result in some backlash in the upcoming midterm elections, especially, for example, Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar, who's being challenged, a serious challenge, by Elliot Rodriguez.
At the same time, new Cuban migration rules are impacting dual citizens, requiring Cuban passports for entry and raising concerns among travelers and families. Congress will be back in session on Tuesday, but one New Jersey Republican member of the House will be missing.
NBC News reporting that Tom Kean Jr. will not return to work this week. Kean hasn't cast a House vote since March 5th. He's now missed 68 votes, including the vote to end the Homeland Security shutdown. Kean's office says he's attending to a personal health matter and has not said more. Kean, son of the former governor, is up for re-election this fall in the state's 7th congressional district. It's expected to be a tight race in November. I'm Andrew Whitman.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Billionaire and former candidate for California governor Stephen Klubeck is out of jail after being arrested in L.A. County.
Jail records show the 64-year-old real estate developer was arrested in West Hollywood late Tuesday morning and freed in the early afternoon after posting $300,000 bail. He is accused of attempting to prevent or dissuade a witness from testifying. Klubeck exited the race for California governor last November and supported then-Congressman Eric Swalwell, who later also dropped out of the race and resigned from Congress after being accused of multiple sexual assaults. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A mural honoring murdered Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska has been removed from a building in downtown Providence after drawing mixed reactions and local controversy. Officials have not said who ordered the removal, but the artwork had become a focal point of community debate over public memorials and consent. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has sent a letter to FIFA officials regarding potentially misleading ticket practices.
Bonta's office says it's reviewing whether FIFA violated California consumer protection laws after reports FIFA may have sold tickets based on seating categories displayed on stadium maps and later altered those maps before assigning exact seat locations. The scrutiny comes as FIFA spiked prices for premium World Cup final tickets, with some packages topping out at nearly $33,000. The 2026 World Cup is set to begin June 11th and will include matches at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood and Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. I'm Sharon Reardon.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Well, what do you say? Here we are back in the saddle again, just like that. Boom, another day passes by. And we close out a hump day. Guess that means Thursday coming our way, or Friday Eve, shall we say. We'll welcome you into the 14th day of May from time zone to time zone across the country. Here we go. Thursday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Kind of a crisp night outside the secret bunker. Look at about 47 degrees at this hour. Yeah, sounds about right. And for those in the east, if you like the cooler weather, those cool spring days, enjoy the next couple days. By early next week, we're going to be getting a full-fledged taste of summer. Let's see, our local forecast has heat indices approaching 95 degrees by Monday afternoon. Yeah, we're going to turn on the heat for a few days. All right, let's start things off as we typically do. Look at our travelers' weather around the country. Not a bad night for most of the country. We have some shower activity along the eastern seaboard that's associated with the cold front. It's kind of a rainy night. Eastern New York, eastern Pennsylvania, on down into the eastern portions of Maryland. Still some showers in D.C. tonight. Then the front kind of trails off through south central and central portions of Virginia and begins to fizzle out in north central and northwestern portions of North Carolina. Elsewhere in the east, not a whole lot going on. A few spotty showers in portions of northern and northeast Ohio. Our larger complex of thunderstorm activity, which is not producing anything severe at this hour, according to the Weather Service offices. Central and north central Montana, a stormy night there. A lot of shower activity in northern Idaho as well. Some spotty showers over toward Olympia and Seattle, Washington. But over the next few days, things will be rather active. Multiple areas of the east, the Midwest, the Rockies will be facing thunderstorms, including storms that become locally damaging and dangerous. Even a single severe thunderstorm can cause significant impacts on local communities. Lightning's going to be a primary concern as we kind of close out Wednesday. Of course, Wednesday evening out west there in Montana and along the west coast. The forecast had called for the possibility of some stronger storms. We do see winds. Winds is a concern. High wind warnings in place for much of Montana, northwestern portions of North Dakota. Red flag warnings, of course, in association with dry conditions and windy conditions for most of North Dakota, South Dakota, on into central and western Nebraska. Red flag warnings also in place for portions of the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region. So many of the storms will be occurring here in Montana, they say, without the strongest storms, without thunderstorms, lightning, or even showers. Dry winds being the much more widespread concern in the Pacific Northwest and the High Plains. Areas where little or no rain falls, high winds could quickly cause any sort of small wildfire to spread rapidly. As we roll into Thursday, that risk of severe weather returns to the plains once again. AccuWeather indicating the threat will stretch from western Texas to southern Iowa and central Illinois. Hail, flooding, downpours, localized damaging winds on the order of 60 to 70 miles per hour. More storms late in the week and on into the weekend. There's a couple of complexes of heavy to locally severe thunderstorms likely to develop from Kansas, Nebraska, and Iowa to the Midwest on Friday before that threat really ramps up over the weekend. Storms forecast for Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, again across Kansas, western and northern Oklahoma, northwest Texas, into western Missouri. Main threat, high winds, 60, 70 miles per hour, and damaging hail. Wind gusts for Saturday storms could approach 80 miles per hour. Looking on into the severe weather risk for Sunday, returns to a similar area that experienced the same on Saturday, expanding further north and east through southeastern South Dakota, southern Minnesota, southwestern Wisconsin, and northwest Illinois. As on Saturday, the main threats will be the high winds, 60, 70 miles per hour, and again, damaging hail. The risk of a few tornadoes will increase, though, especially over the northern part of this zone, Nebraska into parts of Iowa. As we look toward the new week, Monday, the risk of severe weather extending again from north central Texas to southeast Minnesota into Wisconsin. That potential for severe weather continues further to the east over the central states as we, again, move into the new week there. Now, along with the likelihood of locally severe thunderstorms from this weekend to early next week, there will be areas of repeating downpours. In the most extreme cases, a few inches of rain may come down over several hours. Flash flooding would be a concern. Flash flooding can occur in both urban and rural areas, even in areas experiencing drought. Non-flooding rain will be very beneficial for agriculture in the region where the crops have already been planted and they're just kind of waiting that moisture they need to grow. Meanwhile, the storm swinging across the Midwest is going to be strengthening as it pivots toward the New England coast late in the week here. That rain will help ease some of the long-term drought in parts of New England, but most of the rain will miss areas from Virginia to the Carolinas, where drought is actually a bigger concern. Rainfall in Virginia, West Virginia, generally ranging from maybe a few drops to as much as a half an inch. Not going to do a whole lot to ease the drought. More than 90% of Virginia is in severe drought right now. If the conditions don't turn around as we head into the heart of the growing season and the heat of the summer, we'll see significant negative impacts to production. Water supplies may dwindle to serious levels for some areas. Little to no rain forecast for the Carolinas from the storm here later today, Thursday. A few spots may pick up a tenth of an inch or maybe a bit more in some spotty thunderstorms, but that's not going to do much to alleviate the ongoing drought conditions. Following some locally severe thunderstorms in parts of Pennsylvania with that line we were just discussing, Pennsylvania, New York, West Virginia, that storm will be gathering moisture as it strengthens near the Atlantic coast between now and Friday. Showers and thunderstorms from West Virginia and Virginia will transition to steadier rounds of rain further to the northeast into New England. The bulk of the rain, including a few heavier downpours, moving through New York City between tonight and Thursday evening. Some spotty showers may be lingering into Friday. Portions of Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, maybe upstate New York, could see 1 to 2 inches of rain from Thursday to Friday. That's greatly needed. Multiple locations have picked up less than 60% of their average precipitation since the start of the year. Boston, for example, has recorded only about 9 inches of rain as of May the 12th, 57% of their historical average. Year-to-date rain, Bar Harbor, Maine, about 46% of average. Portsmouth, New Hampshire, even lower at 44%. So some downpours may be intense enough to overwhelm some of the storm drains briefly. Could see some street flooding and highway flooding from West Virginia to Maine. But this weekend is going to begin to mark the transition to much warmer weather. It may begin to feel more like late July than mid-May for at least a couple of days into early next week. As I mentioned, they're talking heat indices. A lot of humidity going to be coming in with these warmer conditions early next week. Heat index 95 degrees. We haven't seen that indeed, since probably the middle of last summer. Good to have you on board around the country. It's 844-844-3388. We'll get a shout out to some of our friends via Facebook, YouTube. Good to have you on board.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like Scrapyard's back in the saddle. After taking the night off, I had to attend his aunt's funeral. Wave at all five. Welcome aboard. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy. It's the eve of Friday. 47 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Just a tad bit nippy out there. 844-844-3388, the digits to hit. Be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. So Trump's in China having a powwow, right? Yes, indeed, gave him the red carpet greeting. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. If you're anywhere close to the hidden secret bunker, break out another blanket. Let's roll. The Guardian of Chaos. Good morning. 53 degrees, cloudy here in the Nutmeg State. Only going up to 59 today. And they're telling us rain all day. All right, stay safe. Thanks for the good ride, sir. Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a blessed day and safe travels. There we have Brett. Good morning from the Mile High City, where the Colorado Avalanche just came from behind 3-0 to win Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinals in overtime. This hockey team's unbelievable. It's on to the Western Conference Finals to play either Vegas or Anaheim. I think the Avs are going to win the Stanley Cup. Go Avs. All right, good luck there. Jeffrey's on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family from southern Florida. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. Nap time's over. Time to fill up the coffee cup. It's round number 3 to Schenectady. Hello, Shorty. I-95 southbound at the South Carolina-Georgia line tonight with 69 degrees. Orlando, turnaround number 2. Hello from Bob in Michigan. John Ferguson, good morning from the balmy shores of Savannah, Georgia. A comfortable 68 degrees outside the truck here. Just got laid down, settled in for the night on this end. Hope everybody has a good travel night tonight. Stay safe out there. As we prepare in parts of the Midwest and the Plains next week for a big severe weather outbreak. All right, good night, everybody, and God bless. Daniel, morning from Miles City, Montana. 88 degrees. The wind's blowing hard. And for those going to stay for the Miles City Bucking Horse Sale in street dances, be careful. It's a good time, but if you've never done it, on Saturday, 3 days of street dances. So if you're in the area, Miles City, Montana, stop on by, have some fun. But you're at what? About 10:30 p.m. approaching there. 88 degrees. And that's what they're talking. The windy conditions, the high wind warnings, with or without storm activity. Some of those winds strong enough to topple empty trailers or light loads. Be careful in the crosswinds up there. Hello, Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 43 at this hour. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve or Thirsty Thursday. There's Eskimo Mom. 11 days till Memorial Day. 38 days, Father's Day or first day of summer. And we're down 51 days till Independence Day, 250th anniversary of the USA. All right, since this is my Wacky Wednesday, I started off with a load to Muncie, Indiana. What the hey, I might as well do the grocery load as well. As soon as I get hooked up and rolling, since it was available. After I get back, I can go home, only to come back later today and do the regular run. We're breezy, nearly clear, 50 degrees at the yard, Tip City, Ohio tonight. All right, everybody, be safe out there. Estrella says, here we go. Welcome aboard. Rick in Columbus. Yeah, you're up bright and early here. Is it up late or are you getting the day started already? Good to have you on board, Columbus, Ohio. On down, Daniel. Yeah, we're definitely worried about lightning tonight around Miles City with this wind. If a fire starts, it's going to take off, and there's going to be nothing anybody can do about it. All right, and the dry lightning, as they call it, lightning outside of thunderstorms, that's a big concern. 844-844-3388 as we get a brand new day. Gary Montgomery checking in, 43 degrees in southwest Ohio. So the president arriving, in Beijing Wednesday morning. The red carpet treatment, as they say, welcome as he departed Air Force One in the company of top administration officials and numerous American business executives. Greeted by the Chinese Vice President, Han Zheng, and the Chinese ambassador to the United States, Xi Feng. Before becoming vice president in 23, Han was a member of the powerful Politburo Standing Committee. He's the one that actually attended President Trump's second inauguration, January of last year, becoming the most senior Chinese official to attend an American presidential inauguration. The visit, the first by an American president in 9 years. The previous presidential visitor was also Donald Trump during his first term in 2017. In addition to the full military honor guard and band, the reception ceremony featured about 300 Chinese students waving Chinese, Communist, and American flags while chanting "Welcome" in Mandarin. The president responded with his characteristic fist pump gesture. The president's route from the airport to his hotel was lined with American and Chinese Communist flags. Tall buildings along the route illuminated with the Chinese characters for Beijing Welcome. Throngs of residents gathered along the roadside to record the passage with their smartphones. The mood among the Chinese public seemed optimistic, with comments like, China and the U.S. join hands to advance together and create a bright future.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has arrived in Beijing for talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping, focused on trade, Iran, Taiwan, and artificial intelligence.
I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem. And he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen.
Trump says he expects a long discussion on the Iran conflict. He's joined by more than a dozen major U.S. business leaders on the trip. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly made a secret trip to the United Arab Emirates during the Iran war. UAE officials are publicly denying that visit ever happened, though. Reports say any behind-the-scenes coordination between Israel and Gulf states would signal a major shift in regional alliances as tensions with Iran continue to escalate. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A brand new day underway. Yeah, more on the presidential visit to China, where many of the bettors on Wall Street are betting some pretty significant deals are going to be announced. With the visit continuing today and Friday. All right. All the details there coming up. You see who we got on board. Somebody out of North Carolina. I don't know. The screen says Sunday Driver. Who we got?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, this is Sunday Driver, buddy. How you doing?
Doing well. What's happening?
Oh. Well, I have listened to you for years, and WLW, and just never have called. I don't think I ever did hear your father when he was on the air, but I listened to Road Dog Radio also, and Tim Ridley made a comment that he, I think, got started in radio with your father, and I never knew that. Is that so?
If that's the case, that would have been after he had pretty much retired from the overnight on 700 and gone to Sirius XM, because he was doing the afternoon show there. And that could very well be, but I can't say for certain.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because one of the listeners on Road Dog just made a comment about Tim Ridley being a rarity because he was a driver and now is a broadcaster. And like your father, as far as I know, wasn't a driver. You weren't Bill Mack, and the list goes on. But I think Charles Gracie is on Road Dog now too, and he was a driver at one time. But I'm just taking some time off. I'm 68 years old and drive a food grade tanker for a company down in Florida. And I just take some time off, usually in the winter. Just not going to get out there and play around in the snow and ice anymore. And I can afford to take some time off. And I'm thinking about going back on the road here next couple weeks if I feel like it. But it'll just be because I want to, not because I have to.
Gotcha. Right. So do you feel the urge? Do you miss it? You want to get out there, or?
It just comes to me that I will decide, well, I guess it's time. And it's not because financially I'm not rich, but it's like I don't need to.
Gotcha.
It just gives me a little more play around money, and I spend time. Like I said, I'm up in North Carolina now. Got a little mountain home, and me and my brother have a home down in Fort Lauderdale, and I can come up here, go down there, and a little Social Security here, and I don't live a lavish, extravagant lifestyle, but I have not had. Last year I went back June 9th, and the year before that I went back April 1st, of all things, April Fool's Day, and it's just it just gets a feeling, and then just looking at trucks, and is it time to go back or not? And sometimes I just get the feeling, buddy, it's like, give it up, like I'm up right now, just got you on and listening to Sirius at the same time, and just haven't had the feeling yet. And when I came up here last week, didn't see any of the company trucks that I drive for, and I thought, I wonder how they're doing. And I thought about calling the recruiter. And, they know it's just like an unwritten agreement. I just come and go. I stayed 5.5 months last year. I think I left in October sometime. And nothing said. It's just time to get out of the truck, and I drag all my stuff out, and I carry a bike with me. I carry a bicycle on the back of the catwalk there. I've got a bike rack, and take the bike and take the dumbbells, and I work out on the road. I just have a good time. And, I go 48 states and just haven't had the feeling to go back yet.
Right.
Yeah. But anyhow, buddy, I like listening to you, and you're so informative, and you're the other guys, Red Eye Radio. I hardly ever listen to that stuff, but I enjoy all the callers, Eagle and all that, and it's just enjoy it. Got to maybe sleep 4 or 5 hours a night, and I'm just almost kind of nocturnal. When I'm driving over the road, I always got up early and take off early and stop early, because it makes parking a little bit easier to catch a spot somewhere.
Absolutely,
but, I'm pretty nocturnal. Yeah.
Well, after all these years, I guess you're familiar with our first-time caller code. I got your number here.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm a Ford man. I bought a brand-new Ranger a couple years ago, so everything I have is gasoline, and I've got a old Mustang, 68 Mustang, and 05 Mustang, so I'm a Ford man. But I used to put a Marvel Mystery Oil in my vehicles, which I haven't done. Yeah. A lot of people are familiar with that, and because that was around in World War II.
Yes,
I think they used to put it in some of the aircraft back then. But yeah, as a Marvel Mystery Oil, I don't know if it did anything or not, but I was pretty much a believer in it.
Well, the Stiction Eliminator will definitely do something for you and get you some of that gasoline extreme.
Right. All right, I might do that. I like to experiment with some products here and there, and see if I can get a little benefit out of it. I'd do that.
Yeah, especially if you can get a free sample to get it started, right?
There you go. There you go.
And once we get you started, you'll come back for more. That's the gist of it.
That's a possibility.
Yes, sir. Well, great to hear from you, Sunday Driver. I wish I knew more details about how Ridley got started with them, but I'm just, I'm not really familiar.
Okay, buddy. Well, maybe I'll call a little more often these days.
Great to hear from you. Thank you so much. All right, the Sunday Driver. All right, back to here, the entourage. I mentioned last evening this group of tech billionaires accompanying the president for this China vision. Of course, first and foremost, Elon Musk, who had that falling out with the president last June. I guess their relationship has been mended. As we mentioned, the first sitting president in nearly 10 years, when, of course, President Trump at the time last visited. Before departing, the president said, "We're the two superpowers." Speaking to reporters at the White House, "We're the strongest nation on earth in terms of military. China's considered second." He went on to say that he didn't think they would discuss Iran much because, in his words, the war is very much under control. I don't know about that. Surely, to goodness, he's going to have to discuss getting the Strait of Hormuz open because that is a keen interest for China as well. But look at the list. Along with Elon, the president brought a large group of business leaders, including Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, Tim Cook of Apple, Larry Fink of BlackRock, others from the companies, Boeing, Goldman Sachs, Meta, Qualcomm, MasterCard, Visa, Cargill, Citibank, Cisco, Coherent, GE Aerospace. Of course, the trip had been delayed because of the Iran war. President Trump says, I have a great relationship with President Xi. Yeah, we're doing a lot of business, but it's smart business. We used to be taken advantage of for years with our previous presidents, and now we're doing great with China. We make a lot of money with China. The trip lasts again till Friday. They've had now the official welcome ceremony, where it is indeed Thursday in China. The president also forcefully rejected earlier this week the plan offered by Iranian officials when he called it garbage, unacceptable, the ceasefire that's on life support. But they've got a lot to be discussed this week. We'll break it down a bit more coming up here. Of course, meanwhile, road check. We're down to the, I guess, final 24 hours here. Yeah, that's the deal. 48 hours in. Anybody seeing anything out there? Are you really seeing them working it hard, or is it really kind of like life as usual? Has it been over the last couple of days? FreightWaves had a report. We know that it's a traditional thing. Many drivers just take a few days off for road check. Screw it. I don't want to be out there messing with all the hassles, right? And I guess the FMCSA kind of calling those drivers out this past day. Yeah, carriers, they say, who parked their trucks during road check week are self-identifying as operators who can't pass a 37-step inspection. And that's a security signal, not just a compliance one. The tens of thousands of law enforcement contacts generated in 72 hours are interdiction infrastructure, the FMCSA's most aggressive enforcement posture in the agency's history, is the right context for understanding why this week matters beyond brake adjustments. So, of course, we know today, the final day, May 14. Roughly 15 commercial vehicles being inspected each minute right now. It was Rob Carpenter of FreightWaves that made the case that the industry rarely makes publicly. Trucking enforcement is a national security operation, he says. Commercial vehicles have been used in terror attacks that killed hundreds across Nice, Berlin, Manhattan, New Orleans. In November of 25, ICE arresting a wanted jihadist recruiter who had obtained a Pennsylvania CDL and was actually driving commercially. And then the FBI's Highway Serial Killing Initiative, linking some 850-plus murders to long-haul truck drivers. The FMCSA, under Administrator Derek Bars, has a 28% increase in enforcement activity versus just 1 year ago. I guess, points to ponder. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Along the lines of Road Check, a story from CDL Life this pen. I'm not sure if this was actually in association with the ongoing 72-hour road check, but it is an example of why some of these inspections need to take place and get the junk equipment off the road. This was from the Tennessee Highway Patrol, asking for increased attention to safe equipment and driver compliance after discovering multiple major violations during a commercial vehicle stop. This took place day before yesterday, first day of road check. The Tennessee Highway Patrol said that a Motor Carrier Plus East Region trooper pulled over a commercial vehicle after observing inoperative taillights. During the inspection that followed, though, the trooper uncovering multiple serious safety violations, including inoperative identification lamps, steer tires with less than 2 32nd-inch tread depth. They shared photographs, pretty much bald-ass tires, steer tires no less, a missing fuel cap, and a driver operating without a valid driver's license. No business being out there. Using that incident as a reminder to check your equipment, obey the commercial vehicle driver compliance regulations. I mean, these are the things that create significant safety risks for everyone on the road. Proper vehicle maintenance and driver compliance, critical to keeping our highways safe. It's not optional. It's the responsibility of every driver and every carrier, according to the Highway Patrol there. All right, for those who tend to wait till the last minute, are you a procrastinator? I'll go through it one more time because today is the day. Procrastinators, here we are, last minute. There are literally only hours that remain until the FMCSA's legacy registration system will go dark. That will be 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. Have you taken the steps to ensure your company's verified before that happens. Now, you should by now have heard the FMCSA launching the new registration system called Modus, which promises to be a user-friendly one-stop shop that will also combat fraud. Before that 8 p.m. deadline tonight, entities with a USDOT number or USDOT number and operating authority, you have to do the following, or you're going to really be making the process so much more difficult. Number one, ensure your FMCSA portal account is active. You have to log into your portal account. If you don't have an account, you need to create one now and use your USDOT PIN to access your information. Reach out if your account is disabled. Please note the FMCSA portal accounts are disabled after 90 days, I guess, of inactivity and then archived after 12 months of inactivity. You'll have to reach out to the FMCSA contact center to unlock your account if it is disabled. Number three, verify your company information in the portal. Ensure your company information, operation classification, contact info, and individuals authorized to access your record are all correct and in order. Obviously, make any necessary updates. If applicable, submit your online biennial update in the registration tab to ensure the most up-to-date information is on file for your business. Only the FMCSA portal company official using the same FMCSA portal login.gov email can claim an account for the first time in the Modus system. Once you're successfully linked in, then you'll no longer need to access the portal to make any sort of registration changes. Again, those who don't act in time, again, 8 o'clock Eastern tonight, Thursday evening, will have to go through the cumbersome process of calling the FMCSA, in all likelihood waiting on hold while officials try to manually verify their identity. Ken Riddle is the FMCSA's Director of Office Registration, says, as you can imagine, I think that line is going to be quite long. I don't want anyone to have to wait in that line, but the more people who can do this ahead of time, the smoother this whole transition is going to go. Indeed, as we mentioned earlier this week, the FMCSA had sent out about 2.2 million letters to inform carriers and other registered entities about this approaching deadline. They had reached out to members of the media to spread the word. We've been doing our job trying to pass that along. Julia Otto of the FMCSA's Office of Registration joined Trucking with OOIDA this past week, talking about the rollout. Go into the portal today. Make sure your address, your contact information, even your company officials, everyone you allow access into your portal account is up to date and accurate, she said. Make sure that you're using that login.gov portal email address when you log in to Modus for the first time. Modus, meanwhile, is expected to go live early next week. More information about the launch can be found at the FMCSA's Resources Hub. They do have a frequently asked questions section and a fact sheet available there. As I've been saying, I just can't help but wonder how many out there who really are just going about their daily task, not paying a whole heck of a lot of attention to industry news and information. It's totally oblivious, to what's going on. They're listening to the music, not listening to the news, not gathering the information they might need. There's a lot of people that are just like that. So we'll get to other industry headlines. Eagles on board. Said, I'm going to try to get in early tonight. Got to make a delivery. All right, see what he's got on his mind about the DOT down in Texas. Of course, we'll see what he has to say about, I guess, the presidential visit to China there. Room for you, of course, at 844-844-3388. As I mentioned, traders on the prediction markets increasingly betting that President Trump will unveil some major policy and trade announcements during his trip to China this week, according to CNBC. They say activity has surged on the prediction market platforms like Polymarket and Kalshi. Traders speculating about potential developments in regards to tariffs, artificial intelligence cooperation, semiconductor restrictions, the broader U.S.-China trade relations. First News, a service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Diplomatic tensions are widening across the Iran conflict as reports suggest shifting back-channel coordination among regional powers and Gulf states, even as the U.S. and China are having high-level talks in Beijing. A federal judge is not ready to allow the government to send Kilmer Abrego Garcia to Liberia. The Salvadorian immigrant who had been living in Maryland was back in court yesterday for a hearing on his pending deportation to Africa.
Garcia was arrested and sent to El Salvador last year, then brought back to the U.S. to face human smuggling charges in Tennessee. The judge questioned a Justice Department lawyer about that case and probed why the government was ignoring Garcia's request to be sent to Costa Rica rather than Liberia. The judge is considering a final ruling in Garcia's case. John Summers, USA Radio News.
South Carolina Republicans are rejecting a call from President Trump to redraw the state's congressional maps.
5 state senators broke ranks with the party on Tuesday and voted against a plan to divide South Carolina's one Democratic black majority House district. On Truth Social Monday night, Trump called on the South Carolina Senate to be, quote, bold and courageous, like the Republicans in Tennessee, who moved last week to eliminate that state's only Democratic black majority district. The redistricting comes after a recent Supreme Court ruling limited the use of race in drawing congressional maps. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A replacement for acting ICE Director Todd Lyons has been selected.
According to multiple reports, Dave Venturella will assume the role. Lyons leaves his post at the end of this month. Lyons has led the agency since March of last year. His last day will be May 31st. His replacement, Venturella, is a longtime ICE official and a former private prison executive. I'm Mark Mayfield.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost lost 67 points, the S&P 500 gained 43 points, and the Nasdaq surged 314 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Oklahoma is set to execute Raymond Eugene Johnson on May 14th for the 2008 murders of his ex-girlfriend and her infant child, whom he set on fire in Tulsa. Johnson was denied clemency, and the state officials are moving forward with a scheduled lethal injection after years of appeals. Alabama will hold a special primary election on August 11th in multiple congressional districts after the U.S. Supreme Court allowed new 2023 redistricting maps to stand. The ruling affects districts including a second majority black seat and could shift the balance in the U.S. House as Republicans gain a potential pickup opportunity.
The 6th congressional district race that's on the ballot here in the Birmingham metro area in Jefferson County, that race will not be certified. It just won't count. Everything else on the ballot, go cast your ballot. It's going to count. Those races are going forward.
A prom photo stunt in Markham, Illinois is drawing backlash after Park District Chief Quintana Brown arranged for a helicopter to land as a backdrop for her daughter's prom pictures.
And she was graduating, and this was going to be a memorable experience. I just wanted to be able to provide that for her. I didn't think that it was going to blow up as much as it did.
Police shut down the May 8th event, issued tickets to the official and pilot. City leaders are now reviewing possible further legal action over safety concerns.
Super amazing. I had such a great time. I'm thankful for my mom. She brought everything together. I'm thankful for that.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Once again, we'll turn the page on the calendar. Day number 14 here in the month away, May. May. Yeah, full 2 weeks in, another month just flying by. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. Start looking toward the weekend. It'll be here before you know it. It'll be a weekend where things really begin to warm up in the eastern portions of the country. Our friends out west, you've been dealing with a heat wave for days. Some of that heat begins to build on over to the east. So warmer conditions headed toward the Midwest. A full flip in the weather pattern comes our way in the Midwest and the East starting this weekend as high pressure develops in the southeast, gradually shifting off the southern Atlantic coast, helping to pump warmer, more humid air into much of the Midwest and East, where highs in the 50s and 60s are going to be replaced with highs in the 80s. And so far in the spring, it's been relatively dry and very little humidity. Yeah, that's not going to be the case with this particular warm-up. Dew points are going to be jumping well into the 60s. In many places across the east, daytime temperatures maybe the highest levels we've seen in months. 90 degrees possible as far north as Philadelphia by next Tuesday. Some areas along the mid-Atlantic and the southeast, probably the warmest temperatures of the year so far, coming your way early next week. Obviously, with the warmer temperatures combined with the high humidity levels, the heat indices could be approaching 100 degrees during the afternoon hours for several days next week in parts of the southeast. Ready for the warm-up. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy but dry atop Fancy Gap, Virginia. 52 degrees at this hour. Keep it shiny side up. All right, yeah, it was good to see you there in, the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy. Very nice of you to make that drive over there to pick up the blind man. I know it was there's a lot of walking, a little extra exertion for him. Trying to get around there, but good to actually get a chance to meet the blind man. As far as road check, Daniel says, I don't know about everybody else, but for me, it's International Hide and Seek Championship Week, and I'm doing pretty good. All right, don't jinx yourself, knock on wood. There you go. 844-844-3388. All right, promise we get to Eagle as we get a brand new hour underway. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay, I got some news that's going on in Texas. I didn't make it home this year. I told you I tried to get there, but had a delay on the load. So to be honest with you, what I'm about to say right now is probably a blessing that I didn't make my way to Texas. Didn't get there because I'm still in Kansas right now. I'll probably make it to Texas maybe this weekend. But you know something, Steve? I've been driving for a long time, and never heard of this one before, man. Never heard of this. Greg Abbott, like I say, I like Greg Abbott. But Greg Abbott takes things to the extreme sometimes, Steve. What he does, when Greg Abbott does something, he believes in going full bore, such as when they had the crisis down at the border with these illegals with Biden within the White House. He sent the whole damn state trooper force down to Del Rio, Texas, Eagle Pass, Texas. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? Greg Abbott sent the whole damn state trooper force to the Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth, Texas. You ought to see all the trucks that they had pulled over, Steve. Maybe you could pull up some video. They had over 50 to 100 trucks in the Texas Motor. This is where they race the cars at the Texas Speedway in Fort Worth, Texas. They had a sting operation going on. And I ain't never seen so many DOT inspectors. I seen this on video on YouTube from another truck driver. And I got a friend that lives in the Fort Worth area, and he said he drove by there and seen all the action that was taking place. They no telling how many trucks they shut down. I never seen that before. As far as I know, Steve, I've been living in Texas for a long time. As far as I know, I've never heard of them using the Texas Motor Speedway as an inspection zone. Like I said before, this, like I say, I like Greg Abbott, but he went to the extreme. It's not necessary to have that many state troopers doing the deal, because in some of these other states I drove in, like in Missouri, I drove all the way across Missouri yesterday, Steve, on Interstate 70, and I didn't see not one damn state patrol from St. Louis all the way to Kansas City. Scales locked up. They got 2 sets of scales on 70 in Missouri, and neither one of them was open. But like I said before, anybody going to Texas tomorrow, you better make sure you got everything taken care of. You better make sure your truck is in operating order. You better make sure your e-logs are good, brother. You better do the deal, or don't even waste your time going down Interstate 35 down through Fort Worth, Texas, or Dallas, because they got a big surprise waiting for you when you get down there to that to that Texas Speedway, Steve. So you can bet your last dollar I ain't going nowhere near Texas until Saturday or Sunday, and hopefully this deal will be over with, because they doing the real deal in Texas this year. Anybody that's operating trucks that's not in commission, you'll regret it when you get there, because I promise. I've been noticing over the last couple of times I went home in Texas. I think I told you this a couple of weeks ago. Coming down out of Oklahoma, they just opened up the freeway going right before you get to Denton, Texas, and they got a special spot right on the side of the road where they pulling over trucks and doing inspections, and you ain't got to do nothing wrong. They just pull you over just because they want to. So anybody rolling into Texas, it don't matter where you coming in from, whether you're coming in on Interstate 10, they're waiting for you over there too when you come in Orange, Texas. I know every mile of Texas, Steve, because I've driven just about every mile of Texas in my trucking career. Same thing when you come in on 10 out of El Paso, they're waiting on you over there too. So there's no way to get into Texas. All the hot spots, 10, 20, 35, 30, they waiting on you. They ready. They got the ticket book ready, and they ready to write out some tickets, and they ready to make some serious money in the state of Texas. So, like I told you before, I ain't going nowhere near Texas until Saturday or Sunday when I get ready to go home. I promise you that. But like I said before, Steve, I sent you a video, a text message of that accident in North Carolina to your number. I don't know if you can get it or not. But like I said, I told you about this accident last night. I still don't know the identity of the driver. But like I said, this happened on Saturday, they say. But he went through them cars like a bowling pin, like a bowling pin at your local bowling alley. Like I said, God help those people. I don't know if anybody was killed, but God help those people that he hit, because he drove right over a couple of them vehicles. So, like I said, I don't know if he was distracted. If he was distracted driving, they're going to throw the book at him. I don't know if he fell asleep. I don't know what the hell happened, but we've had several of these accidents in the last couple of months and years. So, like I said, my advice to truck drivers is put that telephone down, put the laptop down, the DVD player, whatever you're using when you operating that truck, because when the traffic comes to a stop and you don't have your eyes on that road, only bad things happen, Steve. Only bad things in your career, and you might end up behind bars when it's all said and done. It's not worth it. A phone call, a DVD, a movie is not worth ending up behind bars, because that's exactly what they're going to do to a truck driver that runs over a group of people. Now, let me say this one thing right quick, Steve, about Donald Trump situation in China. I'm not going to comment about what he said, Steve, because I know a lot of people that listen to your show seem to not want to hear those type of things, but I heard it, and a lot of other people heard what Donald Trump said before he got on that airplane, and it's not good what he said, but he didn't have to tell me that, because I already know how he feel about the American people in their struggles right now. Like I said before, He said the words came out of his mouth, not my words, Steve. He said he ain't worried about the American people's finances when it comes to doing the deal with Iran and the war. Yeah, I agree with Trump. Yeah, Iran don't need a nuclear weapon, but American people don't have to suffer in the process, Steve. These gas prices are too high. I'm going to continue stressing to you that every time I call you because, like I said, $7 a gallon is way too much money for diesel in America, and it needs to come to a stop, and it needs to come to a stop immediately. It's just like I told you other night about with this meeting with the Chinese president. I hope Donald Trump laid it down on the table like he should, and let that guy know that they have a responsibility in the Strait of Hormuz too, because they get most of their oil from there, and China better figure out a way to get Iran eliminated and help the United States get this thing open so everybody can get this oil flowing again, so the prices go down for not just for the U.S. but countries all over the world. Because this is totally unnecessary. In China, they have a direct benefit to this, and if they were smart, they would try to get involved and help Donald Trump try to get this thing open and try to help get this Iranian war ended as quickly as possible so the prices go down. Because I'm gonna stress this one more time, Steve. If the prices and the trend continues the way they're going, we're going to end up with a Democrat in the White House in 2028, and you and I both know what that means. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, very good. Yep, I'm pretty much on board, 100%, Eagle. I'm with you. I do have CDL Life had the breakdown. There was actually a former truck driver who pretty much captured, the footage of the aftermath immediately after it transpired. The tractor-trailer slamming into that line of stopped cars at a traffic light over the weekend. The intersection of US 70 and North Oak Forest Road, Goldsboro, North Carolina. The truck driver failed to slow for that traffic, stopped at the light, rear-ended a line of 6 cars. 11 people hurt in the accident, 5 treated at the scene, 4 were taken to a nearby hospital. 2 of those were actually in serious condition. The driver, identified as 46-year-old Alan Bosa, B-O-S-A, charged with failure to reduce speed. The investigation is ongoing, but former driver Rico McDowell said he was running errands about 12:30. Yeah, I guess that was on Saturday. Said he noticed the semi-truck approaching that red light intersection at a high rate of speed. I could see the cab coming up. It caught my attention immediately. I'm a former truck driver, so I look out for things like this. Before I knew it, he hit 6 cars. Jumped out of my car, hoping to maybe help some of the people hurt. It was frantic. I wanted to get to the people hurt the most. One car was completely mangled. I mean, wrapped around, metal everywhere. Nothing we could do on the scene as civilians because we didn't have any equipment pulled out. But he did again. He shared the dash cam video in the aftermath there. It's amazing no one was killed. But that's all we have. Nationality, CDL status, was it a non-domicile? Yeah, that'll be coming out here probably in the coming days. 844-844-3388. Underway on a Thursday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Clear Lines here on a Thursday. Is the Rainmaker got us tuned in on YouTube this morning? That's our friend in Thailand. He says, hey, Eagle, I started my career in 1977, retired in 2021. I had my own company. I lived in Texas. Yes, Texas does things oversized. So using, I guess, the speedways, getting more illegals than you'd get, say, in a rest area. Hey, picking them up, putting them down. He did send me an email a bit earlier. Hey, Steve, Rainmaker in Thailand. I was watching ABC News with David Muir, and he's kind of smiling and laughing. And he found it very interesting about China and their robots. They showed some robots doing amazing things. They showed a bunch of robots performing martial arts fighting. Yeah, knowing how important China, superior to America in terms of, strongest military, Navy. I think it's a top secret project. China would never let it slip out. But I would think China is mass producing military robots. Could have thousands of robots ready to be used in combat. Just imagine robots who are snipers, like 100% accurate. So I don't know, this liberal newscaster thinking robots are funny and amazing. Wait till they're actually put into action in the military. I would have to agree with you. I mean, it's kind of like you go back to the Star Wars, the movie, the science fiction becoming reality. They were building tens of thousands of robots. All right, market update. Let's jump over, starting with eBay. eBay said no to GameStop's $56 billion takeover bid. The board called GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen's offer neither credible nor attractive because GameStop's only worth $10.3 billion, a fifth of eBay's value. Cohen responded, said he's ready to take the bid straight to eBay shareholders. Meanwhile, Novo Nordisk, the maker of the weight loss drug Wegovy, said 28% of users reported weight loss with the high-dose version. Meanwhile, Hims and Hers, after making less money last quarter, the online health company saw their shares dip, down like 14%. Okay, if you're an RIA or financial advisor, your clients want one thing, and that's top-tier investment research. The problem, ChatGPT is getting better. So why would clients come to you for investment advice when they can get it cheaper with artificial intelligence? All right, cheap cars. In 2024, U.S. buyers could pick from 3 new cars in this country available for under $20,000. Today, there are none. Nissan just killed the Versa, which was the last car under $20,000. The cheapest new car today is the 2026 Hyundai Venue at just over $20,000, $20,550. Meanwhile, the average new car sold in December went for $50,326, a record high. People making car payments is large or larger than mortgage payments. I mean, with a mortgage, you can split it up over 30 years, right? I mean, I think the longest auto loan, they're up to 7 years now, aren't they? Loaning up to 7 years. Of course, making those new car payments for 7 years, by that point in time, it's already wore out. They're ready for the scrap heap. Amazon speeding up their artificial intelligence data center builds with a new program called Titus. They want to get new data centers built and running in less than 35 weeks. Each site's complete capacity, computing power jumping from 58 megawatts to 68 megawatts. Amazon plans to build or spend $200 billion on data centers and other AI build-outs. All right, news, a service of Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has arrived in Beijing for talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping, focused on trade, Iran, Taiwan, and artificial intelligence.
I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with, and I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen.
Trump says he expects a long discussion on the Iran conflict. He's joined by more than a dozen major U.S. business leaders on the trip. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly made a secret trip to the United Arab Emirates during the Iran war. UAE officials are publicly denying that visit ever happened, though. Reports say any behind-the-scenes coordination between Israel and Gulf states would signal a major shift in regional alliances as tensions with Iran continue to escalate. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So what do you think? Will we have some big announcements when it comes to the likes of trade and tariffs? There's been a lot of tension with the tit for tat, the back and forth. Trump issuing a tariff, Xi Jinping responds with a tariff. Things had been off the rails for a while. Didn't really seem like the relationship was all that cozy. But the prediction markets are saying otherwise. What is the prediction markets? They're online exchanges where users buy and sell contracts tied to future events. The price of a contract reflects what traders believe the odds are of a particular outcome occurring. Unlike traditional stock markets where investors buy ownership stakes in companies, prediction markets allow traders to speculate on events, whether it be elections, economic reports, geopolitical developments, government policy decisions. Kalshi operates as a federally regulated event contract exchange here in the United States. Polymarket, which operates through cryptocurrency transactions, has become especially popular for bets tied to politics and international affairs. CNBC reported traders have increasingly turned to these platforms during Trump's second term as a rapid foreign policy development and tariff decisions have reportedly over and over again moved the financial markets. So with the president in Beijing for meetings with Xi Jinping, amid escalating tensions involving Taiwan, semiconductor exports, artificial intelligence competition, the continuing fallout from years of trade disputes, as I just mentioned. The Associated Press reported the administration's also seeking expanded Chinese purchases of U.S. goods and possible new economic agreements aimed at stabilizing relations between the world's two largest economies. As we know, China considers Taiwan part of its territory, has repeatedly vowed eventual reunification, including by force if necessary. The United States officially recognizes Beijing under the One China policy, but has long supported Taiwan's self-defense capabilities, maintaining close unofficial relations with the island. President Trump has consistently backed strengthening Taiwan's security posture, while also pushing for tougher trade terms with China during both of his administrations. CNBC reported some prediction market traders are wagering on the possibility of tariff reductions or broader economic agreements ultimately emerging from this summit that's ongoing as we speak. Well, Senor Heatwave, what's happening?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Just went from Cedar City to Sin City, going up to Salt Lake City. It's a lot of cities, man. There's something going over here at the Vegas Raceway. I'm not sure, but they've got lights strewn upon the whole thing. They got the main, place where the people watch the race all lit up, and I guess maybe they're celebrating 4th of July a little early. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know. So, they got white lights, orange lights, red lights, green lights, blue lights, go. Yeah, so not too bad. It's just north, across the street from the Petros where the raceway is up here in Vegas. Well, hell, what's been going on? I don't know. We were talking about melatonin yesterday. And I didn't mean for the gentleman that was looking for advice to take melatonin
every day. Right.
Yeah, but that's kind of strange that how it would adversely affect your health by taking a melatonin tablet, since we do produce. Sometimes we don't produce enough, but oh well. So that was interesting. I really don't have a whole lot. Figured I'd get on there and let my melodious voice lull the callers to sleep, or make them go, you know what, we don't need to listen to that old boy. Bring on the phone calls. This thing with China, I really, really hope that Trump gets what we need from these people. We need to get them to stop sending any munitions to Iran if that's exactly what they're doing. They need to stop it, and they need to realize, hey, that oil is more important to you than it is to us. Stop, tell them people to stop fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to send munitions to anybody, you need to send it to the civilians so they got something to protect themselves. But, I seen where Iran is wanting to extend the Strait of Hormuz. They got to have some pretty big brass ones to be as decimated as they are, especially with their Navy. All they got are, power boats?
Fast boats, yeah.
And then claim, oh, yes, we can throw the straits. I don't think so, Sparky. And all these other countries in NATO, when are they going to grow a big pair of brass ones like Iran has done? It benefits them more than us, and we've been saying that all this time. Are they a bunch of wussies out there that they don't want to lose any ships in the bathtub, thinking, if we do that, we won't have a Navy no more? Hell, France, I don't think they really have a Navy. They kind of let theirs gone to pot. I guess they got an aircraft carrier, but if you don't have any support, ships to go around it, it's basically a floating target. And, with Iran, they're, I don't know if it's proxies or if it's actually the IRC shooting off these missiles and drones. According to President Trump, every one of them's getting knocked down and splashing in the sea. You would think that Mossad and the CIA have these people, got them marked. Let's just go in there, blow the living hell out of those, and encourage other factions, the civilian population, to come on in there and say, hey, you know what, we want the Crown Prince to come back. And he said he would, but only to get them a different form of governance, which I think is pretty good, pretty big on his part. I'm sure he was looking forward to being the king or the Shah, when the Shah of Iran passed, and then all of a sudden here it is, they got the revolution, so to speak. But I mean, just to go up there and say, you know what, I'll help rebuild a government, but I don't want to be in charge of the government. It's going to be a different kind of government than what we were used to back in the days of his father. So I think that's a pretty gutsy call for him there. I just hope, I really, really want this to be done and over with. Of course, the caller yesterday, Dave from the Three Fat Truckers, he's right. People have forgotten what it is to suffer as far as, going through shortages and, having these points that you could use each month for gasoline rationing, for tire rationing, for food rationing. I guess I'm part of that group. We're so used to things getting done in right now. Even 2 months seems like it's too long. But, we wanted better for our kids. Our grandparents wanted better for our parents. Our great-grandparents wanted life better for their children. I think we've gone to the point now to where we've raised a country full of wussies playing Xbox and PlayStation, and they really don't realize that, if you want a paycheck or if you want something done, you're going to have to get down on your hands and knees, get dirty, get gritty, and make something out of yourself and earn the paycheck or earn the victory or earn something, to where you can make out. But, I guess, I don't know. I sure hope we're not looking at the beginning of the fall of the Roman Empire, so to speak. I mean, 250 years is a pretty long time. Of course,
yes, it is.
They just say, well, that's just a drop in the bucket, Because they've been around how long? 1,000 years, 2,000? I can't remember. But anyways, I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of fireworks going off at these, they call them terrible fuel stops. And I'm not saying that's what they are. That's just the name of the fuel stops out here. Some of them are actual truck stops. They've been blowing off fireworks all the time I've been going from Cedar City to Vegas and then turning around going back. Hell, they're still blowing off fireworks. So I don't know if someone's just a pyromaniac that like going, ooh, ah, or if they're trying to show off their wares, trying to get people to buy it. Now, the drivers that are parked around those truck stops, the fuel stops, I'm sure they really don't appreciate hearing that bang, 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 boom. But anyways, and as far as the DOT goes, I've only been by one active scale, and that's been there in St. George's, Utah, and I'll be going by that again here in another couple hours. I got passed on. I got the pre-pass and I got the green light to go, but I really haven't noticed anything out there as far as, people getting stopped and pulled in. I think one of our radio friends did, and they did an inspection on his truck, and they found grease. I guess from the way the picture looked, it looked like it was on the inside trailer tire of the tandems, or the duals that are put together. And man, I tell you what, I really couldn't tell you if that was, where I thought it was, and he really didn't know. So, and then, he was asking me, he's like, well, what do you think? I'm like, well, we're getting bigger out here, and they're putting these skirts on the trailers. It's getting hard for us big guys to go underneath and take a look. If you've got a trench where you can walk in and then look up, yeah, that's great. But a lot of these service centers, terminals and whatnot, they don't have that. Some do, and they've got mechanics looking, at the trailers and tractors, make sure everything is all right. But a lot of these terminals, they don't have that. It's just whatever you find on your post trip or whatever you find on your pre-trip, then they'll work on it, or they'll tell you grab another trailer because it's going to take a while. So, and we were talking last night, and they were saying, well, there's levels 1 through 5 of inspections. And I says, well, there's actually a 6th level of which I was qualified whenever I was driving for that other company hauling radioactive waste to the whip site. And it was, maybe I should say it's radioactive contaminated material. That's probably the better way of saying it. I mean, yeah, you'll glow a little bit, I'm sure, but, it's not the kind that's going to make the containers crackle with the, energy and, kind of like Ghostbusters. But, yeah, and I go, what's level 6 inspection? It's like, well, it's where you go on top of the tractor, engine-wise, and then you go under the tractor, frame-wise, and make sure that everything's is, as it should be. I said, if you have disc brakes, well, there really isn't a way to check them. But if you've got the regular, brakes, then yeah, you have to check them and make sure that the movement of the arm is not exceeding what it should be. There's different kind of brake chambers out there. We took about, whenever I went through that course, I guess it was between 6 to 8 weeks long. 6 days a week, maybe 7. It just depended on what we were doing, what we were studying. And we had a DOT officer from West Virginia come out to Carlsbad, New Mexico, and he was the one that was out there, teaching us the different, places to look in the books for these particular chemicals and radioactive items. I mean, it was hard. It really was. And then, he'd walk around and go, just give us a little bit of a heads up, because, I mean, they go through the course, and I'm sure it's much longer, because they have absolutely got to be 100% proficient. And what they were doing is they were forcing this information into us. So, I mean, I have the certificate that says I'm level 6 certified to continue inspecting that way, until 27, which is a good thing, I guess. But then it puts a lot of pressure on me. It's like, well, shoot, what do I do? Well, I walk around and make sure there's nothing dripping, the fluid levels are good, and the air is in the tires all around instead of just on the top. You walk around, kick the tire, and say, well, it's only flat on the bottom. The rest of the tire looks good, So, but, yeah, it's, I don't know, just one of them things, I guess. And, in every group, you've got that one person that has to question everything that someone has said, and, especially an instructor there.
Right.
Well, what if? What if this? And it got to the point where I just had to get up and get out of the classroom because I just could not stand what was going on. When I finally figured out what they were trying to teach me, then this idiot over here was, well, what if? What if? Damn it, man, just shut up and let someone else listen and learn. So, yeah, I mean, I wasn't in the, I guess we had about 12 people in our group.
Yeah.
And, of course, when I went out, they said, it's probably a good time to take a break. And they just so happened to have paramedics doing training in the same building that we were doing our training. And they're like, ooh, just 200 over 150? Are you taking blood pressure medicine? Well, yeah. But it's kind of hard when you're stressed out on this and some jackass is over there. What if? So, anyways. But in hindsight, I'm glad I had the training. And in foresight, I'm glad I'm not working for that bunch. Because for whatever training we went through to haul that stuff to the whip site, Cast Specialties and their parent company, Cast, out of Denver, Colorado, they really didn't pay, a whole lot of money for what we were doing. And, 75,000 is what you're starting out at, or 78.5 or whatever. It's like, I was losing my house. So I was pretty happy when I was able to get my 401k from Yellow. I got caught up on the house payments and a few other things. So I'm glad I work for a company that actually pays their drivers what they're worth. Benefits, well, I've seen better, I've had better, and I just hope they can do better in the next contract that they do with their provider. Speaking of Yellow, have you heard anything, any peep from that bankruptcy judge in Delaware or wherever it is that's supposed to say something about the dispersion of funds for the 30,000 union workers?
Brain Dead.
With the WARN Act?
Brain Dead brought that up here a couple nights ago, and I can't remember off the top of my head what there's a date coming up, I believe, is the way he put it. I'd have to double check on that. All right. Well, good morning to the Diesel Damsel.
Well, hello, Mr. Summers. How are you tonight?
Doing well.
Can
How have you been?
Yeah.
Loud and clear, yes.
Okay, good, because I'm on a headset this time. So thank you for taking my call.
How's things going?
We're just
staying busy?
Oh, we're doing good. Yeah. Oh gosh, we haven't been home in over 2 months. We've been just rocking and rolling out here, and we're in Arizona right now in Kingman. We left Fairport, New York yesterday morning, and we got to be in California to deliver tomorrow morning. So we've been rocking and rolling. I drove 672 miles today, and I'm tired. It's tiring.
Right.
And
how hot is it out there? You got the heat wave going, don't you?
Well, it's in the 70s, right? I think 71 when we last looked, because of course it's night. It always cools off in the desert at night, So, but we have been traveling through, I'd say, 80s degrees weather. Not real bad, tolerable, but we'll see when we get to, we're going to Los Angeles. I can't imagine it's going to be cool there tomorrow. So we'll see, We got another load right after we deliver. We got to pick up about 50 miles away and run that over to Texas. And then after that, run up to Colorado, grab a load that goes down to Alabama. And after that, we're going home. We're just going to shut our phones off and just go home. And take some time off through the Memorial weekend coming up, because nothing really goes on then anyway. But
yeah. So you've been out there for how many weeks?
Over 2 months.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, that's our longest stretch we've ever been out. We usually try to go maybe 2-3 weeks, go home for a week or so. If we're out for a month, we'll stay home for a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, then come back out, and it varies. But, I mean, it's been, last couple of years, it's been touch and go. You know, it was a hit or miss. And this year, it's really taken off since war in Iran. And, I mean, we're moving a lot of product around, and we do a lot of stuff for the military.
So you guys are kind of the last of a dying breed. There ain't many out there that do that. You know, go on the road for weeks and weeks at a time anymore.
No, it's an old school thing. I think a lot of people, you know, we're in expediting, so we don't have dedicated freight. We can't just plan for events or being home, or if somebody wants to come and visit us. And you know, for them, it's a vacation when they come down and stay for a week. For us, we got to figure out how to get home prior to them getting there and get the house ready. We have a pool, too, so get that ready, get everything nice and everything, and then they come and visit for a week, and then it's another week off for us cleaning up and waiting for the next load.
Wow. Hey, we got to pause there. It's the news update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. intelligence reportedly finds China is gaining a strategic edge over the U.S. amid the Iran conflict as President Trump has high-stakes talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The war and sanctions pressure are reshaping energy flows and alliances across the Middle East. The FBI and DOJ are accused of making improper settlements to former agents.
The accusations come after an investigation from House Judiciary Democrats concluded the Justice Department approved more than $1 million in payments to fired FBI agents. Congressman Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on the panel, wrote to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche asserting the handouts constitute an astounding and lawless abuse of government office and taxpayer dollars. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Uncertainty is growing in the Cuban-American community after President Trump suggested on Truth Social that Cuba's government is seeking talks with Washington amid a reported crisis. U.S. political expert Alex Pinellas.
Could result in some backlash in the upcoming midterm elections, especially, for example, Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar, who's being challenged, a serious challenge, by Elliot Rodriguez.
At the same time, new Cuban migration rules are impacting dual citizens, requiring Cuban passports for entry and raising concerns among travelers and families. Congress will be back in session on Tuesday, but one New Jersey Republican member of the House will be missing.
NBC News reporting that Tom Kean Jr. will not return to work this week. Kean hasn't cast a House vote since March 5th. He's now missed 68 votes, including the vote to end the Homeland Security shutdown. Kean's office says he's attending to a personal health matter and has not said more. Kean, son of the former governor, is up for re-election this fall in the state's 7th congressional district. It's expected to be a tight race in November. I'm Andrew Whitman.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Billionaire and former candidate for California governor Stephen Klubeck is out of jail after being arrested in L.A. County.
Jail records show the 64-year-old real estate developer was arrested in West Hollywood late Tuesday morning and freed in the early afternoon after posting $300,000 bail. He is accused of attempting to prevent or dissuade a witness from testifying. Klubeck exited the race for California governor last November and supported then-Congressman Eric Swalwell, who later also dropped out of the race and resigned from Congress after being accused of multiple sexual assaults. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A mural honoring murdered Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska has been removed from a building in downtown Providence after drawing mixed reactions and local controversy. Officials have not said who ordered the removal, but the artwork had become a focal point of community debate over public memorials and consent. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has sent a letter to FIFA officials regarding potentially misleading ticket practices.
Bonta's office says it's reviewing whether FIFA violated California consumer protection laws after reports FIFA may have sold tickets based on seating categories displayed on stadium maps and later altered those maps before assigning exact seat locations. The scrutiny comes as FIFA spiked prices for premium World Cup final tickets, with some packages topping out at nearly $33,000. The 2026 World Cup is set to begin June 11th and will include matches at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood and Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara. I'm Sharon Reardon.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at at it as we get another hour underway. Senor Heatwave mentioned everything was kind of lit up at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway as he was rolling by. So we're about, 11 o'clock there in the evening now. I guess they're kind of wrapping up. The big event this past day, Wednesday, May 13, was what they call Dream Racing. Available, you can tune in at LasVegasMotorspeedway.com. Something about offering exotic car driving experiences at the Strip. Dream Racing. Yeah, coming up starting, let's see, that would be starting Friday. The Electric Daisy Carnival, the EDC, whatever that is. It'll be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Electric Daisy Carnival. So that's why things were lit up. Hey, back to the Diesel Damsel once again here. Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, boy, that was a lot of commercials. I think that was a lot longer than I got to talk to you the first time. All of a sudden you were gone. It's like, oh my gosh. But can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Yeah, back at it here.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, so anyway, what were we talking about? Lots going on, and
every once in a while when you do get home. So you've been out for 2 months. You say you have a swimming pool. You have someone like take care of that while you're on the road?
We do, actually. Otherwise, we'd come home to a green pool, you know?
Right.
Yeah, that and somebody to cut our grass once a week. Of course, that's going to change when we get off the road, but we'll probably always have somebody come and take care of the pool because the guy that comes he catches things like if there's a flow switch or a pump going or something, he catches things. He knows more about them than we do, and he can fix stuff too. So there's a lot that like the light went out last year, I want to say, or 2 years ago now.
Yeah,
and it was only 6 years old, and it was like $1,400 to have that thing replaced.
Wow.
And it's an LED one. It changes colors and all that stuff. It's kind of neat, but $1,400. That's like the headlights for the truck too. You know, those aren't cheap. The LED lights are not cheap.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, yeah. Well, we, like I said, we went through New Mexico today, and boy, was it windy. There was a truck that blew over on the side of the road and dodging potholes and fighting the wind, and he was in the ditch, went down a hill, and could see that he was in the far left lane, and he fell over on his side and left paint on the roadway and wound up on the ditch.
I was just
on the right-hand side.
During the break, I was seeing a video out of Idaho in the winds yesterday where a truck had blown over, and I guess sparks ignited a brush fire in the median there and was spreading rapidly in the wind. Yeah.
Oh my, yeah, when it gets like that, we just, slowing down helps. And I don't know, I think he was just letting the momentum take him down the hill, and he got to that bottom and over he went, and the first responders were there and everything. So he was up and walking around, but he was on the phone, and he looked very pale and like he had to change his shorts,
Right, I bet, yeah.
That would be scary, So, but hey, I wanted to, as you can see, I'm calling from a different phone number tonight because we never got our first caller.
Your first-time caller code? You did not.
No, and I tried emailing, and that's the other thing I was going to ask was about, how at the beginning of the show you talk about people saying where they like so-and-so checked in and said where he was and what's going on and so on and so forth. Is that something that we could write on Facebook or Instagram or email you? Or
Facebook and YouTube. It's called Restream Chat. Anybody that's on this website, on Facebook or YouTube, the comments they type, I can see those. And that's Yeah, you could type in there, or you could send email to steve@hotshotsecret.com. What number, I'm going to have to do a take two for you. What number, the first time you called or this number you're on now, what's better to try to, or either one?
This number that I called is an iPhone. The other one was an Android, and I thought maybe it was a Democrat phone, so maybe your system picked up on that and didn't just canceled it out. My husband is Risky Business, by the way, so it was a Risky Business's phone,
Okay.
but I'm calling on mine.
Okay.
And I wanted to send you a picture because Eagle's been talking about the gas, the fuel prices, like in Oklahoma and stuff. He's saying like $7.50 or something like that, or climbing upwards of that. And,
Yeah.
But I wanted to send you a picture. We were going through Essex, California, last week, and $9.79 a gallon cash price for diesel, or $9.99. Yeah, and regular gasoline was $9.59 cash price, and $9.69 for mid grade, and $9.79 for premium, and of course 10 cents more if you use the card. And I was going to show you a picture because it was quite a shocker for us to see it like that. But of course, that's not a place we'd stop for fuel anyway.
Yeah.
It's a place called Naja's Desert Oasis, but just a bag of Doritos was $9.99, like a regular sized bag of Doritos, and a 20-ounce soda was $3.79. And it's like, holy cow, buyer beware! Hope it's not coming to a neighborhood near us.
That's outrageous. Yeah, $3.79 for a soda. That's wow.
Yeah. So yeah, it's getting a little pricey out there. So gotta pick and choose where you fuel up, and we have an app that we go on, and we can look ahead of time where the best prices are. And
so undoubtedly, you fill up. You try to fill up before you cross that state line and get the heck out of there before you need fuel. Is that the best?
Well, actually, California, our company has these contracted rates with with major fuel stops. So actually, California is given the most off per gallon right now, but it's also the highest price. So what are you saving?
Right. Okay.
It helps to slow down, and like I said, we use that Hot Shot Secret, and that really seems to that's gained us about, they'd say, a half a mile a gallon extra, and so we're getting, between that and slowing down, we're getting about another mile to the gallon, which at the end of the year that adds up.
Absolutely, yes, 100%.
Oh yeah, but I heard all those commercials. I know the Hot Shot Secret advertisement by heart. It plays like all the time, every other break.
Right.
I got it memorized.
That's what that's why we're here. So yes, indeed, wouldn't be here without Hot Shot Secret. So.
And hey, don't stop playing Roy D. Mercer clips. They are hilarious. I actually used to have a couple of his cassettes back in the day, and they got me through some boring driving times. Oh, my gosh, cassettes, I said. that ages me. But anyway, he's got a lot of funny material,
Yes, he does. Yeah. Well, it's great to hear.
And his wife, Sharon Jean. Yeah.
Sharon Jean. Common spelling.
Sharon Jean.
Common spelling.
Yeah,
right. Sharon.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, I'll do a take two on your.
show.
I'll make sure you get your $60 voucher there, and of course I had the Sunday driver this morning, another first timer. I'll turn those into Ryan this morning.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you very much for taking my call too, and we'll talk again.
Thank you
I'll
so
call
much.
Again.
Absolutely, great to hear from you, the Diesel Damsel. Last time she called, she was the Diesel Damsel in distress, kind of like because of the fuel prices. I can't imagine seeing a marquee at $9.79 a gallon. Wow. And the Trucker publication yesterday talking about the possibility of maybe suspending the gas tax, the federal on gas and diesel. It's something the president cannot do on his own, and he has yet to specify how long he'd like to pause the tax. But lawmakers, they say on both sides of the aisle, have already been pushing for a gas tax suspension. Some legislation in Congress now proposing suspending the tax through the 1st of October. Proponents of suspending the tax argue it would provide much-needed relief for families and businesses struggling to make ends meet, the whole drill. Worsening economic disparities, low-income people hit the hardest. Now, a suspension not likely to make really a sizable dent at the pump. Critics warn of long-term consequences. The federal gas tax accounts for a small fraction of what we pay to fill up the tank, but it's the source of billions of dollars in revenue for the Highway Trust Fund. Things that highways and public transit programs rely on. Here's what we know. The federal gas tax is at about 18.4 cents a gallon. Now, we wouldn't immediately see that full amount shaved off under a suspension, they say. You can't suspend the tax and then expect everyone to wake up the next morning and gas is 18 cents cheaper. Carl Davis is a research director at the Institution on Taxation and Economic Policy. He said it doesn't work that way. That's because the government's tax, the gas tax, isn't collected right at the pump. It's collected at the wholesale level. The hope around a suspension is the tax cut would eventually be passed down to consumers in the form of lower prices. But he said that's not guaranteed. What he's seen at the state level is limited relief that takes time to trickle down if it actually reaches the drivers at all during these temporary tax holidays. Suppliers could hang on to part of the savings to pad their profit margins. When you take that into account, the budget model expects roughly 72% of the federal gas tax cut would actually reach the consumer. That'd be about 13.2 cents out of the full 18.4 per gallon. Even then, savings for the average driver, that's not huge. If the federal gas tax is suspended from June 1 through October 1, for example, their budget model estimates that a household filling up a 15-gallon tank once a week would save about $35 over those 4 months. All the while, gas prices are still far higher today than they were before the war, as we know. The national average sitting at about $4.50 a gallon. It was more like $2.98 in late February. As people continue to feel the strain, Davis notes, it might be hard for many drivers to even notice a tax cut if it were to actually reach them. We'll check in with Philip in Florida coming up next.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Head on down to the Sunshine State. What's going on, Philip? Good morning.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? $35, that'll buy a lot of Happy Meals there, Steve. We got at 4 months, man, you could buy you a lot of Happy Meals with that. So, hey, rock on, dude. If you need to save the cash, let's get that down there, But it's kind of like, Steve, everybody wants to get these programs now, Walmart Plus and all them, they give you a fuel discount, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like 10 cents a gallon. When you're only buying 10 gallons a week, it's what, $1?
Yep.
That you're saving?
Negligible.
But you're spending $100 a year or more on that program, like Amazon with its program. And, it is what it is. Just kind of at the end of the day, you're going to have to pay the bill. I mean, it stinks, but you got to do it if you want to keep surviving. Whether you're driving a truck, a car, whatever, anything that burns fuel, an airplane or anything, I wouldn't want to buy jet fuel right now. I hear that's went through the roof. What have you heard, Steve?
I have no idea where jet fuel is. I know everybody's raising their airfares and the baggage fees and all that.
Yeah, and the refineries, there's not too many refineries that bring the kerosene down to that level, so it's like it's going to be up there. Last week, when we flew last week over there to Pennsylvania, you have to pay for your seat assignment. The wife didn't want to sit like in the middle of somebody else, so you got to pay for your seat assignment. And years ago, I mean, the last time I flew, it was like $12 or $15 per seat. The prices were $25, $35, $40 a seat. And I mean, I'm talking in economy class just to pick a seat. Yeah, I mean, look at it this way, Steve. I live really close to Sanford Orlando Airport, okay? There is one carrier that flies out of there that's pretty big. It's Allegiant. And their flights are really economical, okay? The flight itself, you can get a flight out of there, probably $80, $90 if you book far enough ahead.
Yeah.
But when you start adding up all their accessory seats, or I can't even say it, the accessory add-ons, like, say, your baggage cost, your seat assignment cost, your cost for this, your cost for that. It's kind of, Steve, it's kind of like when you go on a cruise, right?
Yep.
You go on a cruise, you got your gratuities, you got your drink package, you got your Wi-Fi. Who's going to pay for Wi-Fi? We don't pay for Wi-Fi. Oh, yeah, I do every month when I mail Spectrum my bill, okay? So here's the thing. We start adding all them little stuff up on that charge, it turns into a pretty good bill there. What you think? I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yep.
You go, I had a niece that went on a cruise a few years ago out of Port Canaveral here. She got a really good deal. I think it was like $300 a person for 7 days or some stupid thing like that. But when she came back, she looked at me. She goes, Uncle Phil, she goes, you know how much this cruise just cost me? What? I had to fly down here from Illinois, rent a car to go to the cruise line place, turn the car back in, go out on the cruise, come back. When she added up all that stuff, the airline ticket to get down here, all the rental cars and stuff, she's got $4,000 in that. And so that $300 turned into $4,000.
Wow.
And adding all that stuff, she did the excursions on the cruise. She had to pay per day to use the Wi-Fi to tell everybody on Facebook what she was doing for the day. drink package, all that stuff, food, go to the fancy restaurant, dress up, and, that costs a little bit more. It just, all that added up. I mean, just going on a simple airplane flight now, you need to be very frugal with what you do and what you carry with you and how you do things, And if you got to sit between two people, I know it stinks, but you got to do it if you want to keep that price down, And did you get my Mr. Subaru video to you there, Steve?
I got the email. I haven't checked out the video yet. Will I enjoy that?
Okay, absolutely. You're a Subaru owner. Mr. Subaru is telling you how you can save fuel in your Subaru.
Oh.
Okay. That's what the primary video is about. It's about things that you can do to save fuel now that we're in this economic deal that we're in right now. And Mr. Subaru, I usually watch him primarily, Steve, because of tools. This guy, if there's a fancy tool that comes out or something's coming out, he's got it. He's looking at it. He's telling you what's going on with it. He's a really cool character to watch on Facebook, and he's on YouTube, and he's all over the place. And he's very got a world of insight about mechanicking, for lack of a better way of saying it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, watch his video there. But one thing he did say, and I heard that young lady just said it now before me, is your driving habits. Your driving habits make a big deal on the amount of fuel that you save. Now, sure, I check the air on my tires, which is something you should do all the time. Keep up on that. You shouldn't let that go, because the better those tires are blown up, the better the baby rolls. So you're good to go. But you need to watch how you drive. You seriously do. I mean, especially now. I've been doing it for years now. I mean, that's why one reason I tried your fancy hot shot stuff. And it works. In a car, you can get 3 more miles per gallon with a hot shot.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the kicker. You have to drive correctly. It just doesn't come to you instantly. You have to drive correctly. If you don't drive correctly, that 3 miles an hour don't mean squat.
And you get the air resistance, the rolling resistance. Hey, pause there. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has arrived in Beijing for talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping, focused on trade, Iran, Taiwan, and artificial intelligence.
I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem. And he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen.
Trump says he expects a long discussion on the Iran conflict. He's joined by more than a dozen major U.S. business leaders on the trip. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly made a secret trip to the United Arab Emirates during the Iran war. UAE officials are publicly denying that visit ever happened, though. Reports say any behind-the-scenes coordination between Israel and Gulf states would signal a major shift in regional alliances as tensions with Iran continue to escalate. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind? Losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Rolling into a Thursday. Looking forward to the weekend. Hey, the House passed legislation yesterday that will allow nationwide year-round sales of gas containing 15% ethanol. A big win for the biofuel producers and the farm groups, while raising concerns among refiners about higher compliance costs. The Nationwide Consumer and Fuel Retailer Choice Act, approved by a vote 218 to 203, would permit fuel retailers to offer E15 year-round, removing that seasonal restrictions that's linked to smog concerns. Now, it's going to have to pass the Senate, where it needs 60% of the votes and then be signed by the president to be enacted. Supporters say it would expand biofuel demand and help lower fuel prices. Critics arguing it would raise the cost for refiners already facing higher compliance burdens under the federal biofuel mandates. Some lawmakers have also raised fiscal concerns. saying the measure would add billions to U.S. debt. I don't understand how that would be. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the bill would increase direct spending by $2.7 billion, while raising revenues by $400 million, resulting in a net deficit increase of about $2.3 billion. Now, that's over 10 years between 2026 and 2036, based on an assumption the legislation would take effect in August. The E15, of course, that's the stuff you don't really want to be using in your lawnmowers, your small engines. It tends to do damage big time to some of the gaskets and things of that nature. They say all the newer automobiles, it's supposedly fine in those vehicles. And I don't know about fuel. We were talking to Philip about fuel economy. I know if you run like the E85, the 85% ethanol, that gets much lower fuel economy than regular gasoline, but nonetheless. Yeah, we were talking wind resistance, tire resistance, anything you can do to try to get more miles per gallon.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been working on it for years with all these trips I do to the place where I work at. I mean, I do 114 miles a day just to go to work and back. And my little Honda, I had 387,000 miles on it. Now it's got 388. But, putting them kind of miles in every day, you on a little car,
yep.
You got to watch everything, Steve. I mean, the oil you use, a lot of the newer cars, people just don't pay attention to it. And by the way, ethanol is bad. It's bad. The only way to say it, it's bad. No more. No more 10%. No more. Please. I've had enough of ethanol. I've been the guy that's had to take a daggone carburetor off a lawnmower and go down to Harbor Freight and buy a torch cleaning kit so I could clean that carburetor and clean the jets out in a carburetor with a torch cleaning kit because of all this ethanol and all this junk they put in these gas, okay? I've been that guy that's took a chainsaw apart and totally cleaned it, and I'm going to tell you what, it is not fun, brother. It is not fun at all when you have to take that stuff apart and clean it. And injectors on the cars, the automobile, the people who build these cars, they're going to have to redesign stuff if you're going to go up 5%, Steve.
Yeah.
That means your injectors have got to be different. Your fuel delivery's got to be different. And by the way, folks, we got to pay thousands of dollars to redo that software on that electronic computer that controls all that mess. I'm just a guy from down here in Florida. We're down here. We got to do what we got to do to get these things going. But in the long term, it's a lot more. Ethanol is terrible. It's terrible. I did not like the biodiesel. I hated it when I drove a truck. We had to change fuel filters so many times because of solids and particles going through and clogging filters up, especially in wintertime in Illinois or out there in Nebraska or Kansas or wherever, and it starts dropping, and the next thing you know, all that matter's in there, and it plugs up everything, and then you freeze up, and then it's just a pain in the tail. But moving on to things about what's going on with our nation, we need to watch what's going on in China right now, Steve. Especially, does your daughter still work for Harris, Steve?
Yes, she does.
Okay, she needs to pay close attention to what this deal with Taiwan is, because her company is going to be one of the companies that might help us pull this mess out of the deal. Okay? These folks our country does not want NVIDIA and those folks to start dealing with China. Because if you look at what NVIDIA builds, and if that got over into China and got mixed in with their stuff, it could be mixed into their military stuff. It could be a really big deal. And that's what our president, I think, is trying to strive away from. I mean, we're all stressed out about nuclear weapons in Iran. I get that. But think about this, Steve. You remember that Apollo launch that happened a few years ago where some guy went on the moon? Remember that big rocket?
Yes.
Remember the Remember the computer that was for that rocket basically took up rooms and rooms of a building? Well, guess what, folks? NVIDIA can do everything that little computer did with something the size of a postage stamp. So think of a processor that is the size of a postage stamp that could do all the calculations for a rocket like Apollo and do them in less than a second. Less than a second. That's pretty big thinking there. What do you think, Steve?
Yes, sir. So, I mean, it's mind-boggling that little smartphone in your hand has technically more computing power than the computers on Apollo had.
Absolutely. That little smartphone you have in your hand and what you use on a day-to-day basis and what you can look up on it has more than probably like 5 of those computers or more.
Yeah.
And those used to take up rooms and rooms and rooms of area. I mean, picture this. When I worked at Piper Aircraft back in the late 80s, okay, we had these reel-to-reel hard drives that they used for their mainframe. This things took up 3 rooms, and it was all the computing for, the plans of the planes, R&D for the planes, selling the planes. All our records were on that stuff. It took up rooms and rooms of stuff, whereas now it's on something the size of about a 1 foot to a 2 foot surface. It's just absolutely mind-boggling how much room nothing takes up the room anymore. And by the way, Steve, you wonder why we wanted these data centers. So you think about all these chips and processors are in these data centers. These data centers are not about storing data almost. It's also about making it leave fast and coming back fast. And you have to have a processor that moves it quickly. And that takes up a lot of space as far as the net itself. You've got a lot of heat coming out of that. You've got a lot of electricity. We're talking power bills now. You know how they're talking about that now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things out there that a lot of people don't think about when they get on their little phone and type in there, how old is Steve Summers? How long has Hot Shot Secret been around? Hey, was Diesel Danzel on Steve Summers' show on May 14th? When people type in those little questions, they don't think about all that calculating power that takes. And they want it seconds. Put it to you this way, Steve. You can write down your thoughts in an AI box now, and you can say, write me a letter with all these thoughts in it, and it will do it in less than 5 seconds. Now, did you ever think you would hear something of that in your age, Steve?
Hell no. No way.
No, it doesn't, and that's the way that's the way we think now, and that's the way our kids have been programmed. I mean, I heard Horse Feathers mention earlier that we're all Xbox and all this stuff. Well, I'm gonna tell you what, a lot of these kids today, they're a lot smarter than what we think. The problem with it is they want to do it their way and their control of it, and that's what happens. I mean, and then when you get somebody that influences these folks. This is what turns into what we have today, and we have to watch that. I'm not saying that we need to go primitive. I mean, everybody needs to have a little primitive in them. I'm telling you, especially when it becomes the natural disasters. And by the way, folks, that third wave just came off of Africa. So guess what, folks? We get a little closer to that H word in the year, if you know what I mean.
Uh-oh.
And I want to be very tight with that. Because, them boys are starting to come off of Africa now. They might even went over that ship by them people that got sick on it. You never know. But you got to be careful out there right now because I'm telling you what, we've been pretty dry this year, haven't we, Steve? We've been pretty dry down here in the state of Florida. I don't know about y'all, but we've been pretty dry. And by the way, Steve, guess what happened in Jamaica the other day? They had another earthquake, 4.3 down by Kingston.
Yeah.
You got Mother Nature's playing us, buddy. So you got to be careful. And guess what, Steve? With all these gas prices, did anybody equate what happens if we have a natural disaster in this country? What happens if we have a natural disaster, a hurricane, tornadoes, any of it? that's going to drive our fuel prices up, because you know what? When fuel is needed and the supply or demand goes up, the numbers go up too. And that's something we need to work on. So let's pay attention to what our president's doing right now in China. We need to pay attention to that, because we don't need no more stuff. And especially with Taiwan. I mean, you think about it, my old Hyundai here, I imagine some of the processors in it came from Taiwan, so I got to be careful with my Hyundai. You know, I mean, everybody needs to be careful with their Freightliners and their Peterbilts and anything that's got an electronic module on it that controls it. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. Y'all have a good day. And by the way, Steve, enjoy Mr. Subaru. He is good for you. So we'll talk to you later.
All right, I'll check that out later this morning. All right, there are. Yeah, these are big discussions, thorny issues. Yeah, they're going to try to tackle these issues, dividing the two superpowers. Obviously talking Iran, trade, Taiwan. The Chinese Foreign Ministry Wednesday said, "We welcome Trump's visit. China stands ready to work with the United States to expand cooperation and manage differences." But President Trump faces a different, more emboldened Beijing than the one he visited in 2017. President Xi Jinping will greet the president with pomp and ceremony as they meet in the opulent Great Hall of the People. A lavish welcome bellies the deep tension. The two leaders will enjoy a state banquet at the hall in the evening. President Trump will visit the historic Temple of Heaven, a World Heritage Site where China's emperors once prayed for good harvest. Of course, he's there for the 2-day summit, along with some of the major top CEOs, including, as Philip just mentioned, NVIDIA's Jensen Huang, Elon Musk. He was given the red carpet welcome. 300 Chinese youth in white uniforms chanting welcome, waving small Chinese and U.S. flags in unison. Coming up Friday, President Trump and Xi are set to have tea and a working lunch before President Trump then heads back to Washington. Following that first visit, President Trump unleashed a barrage of tariffs and restrictions on Chinese goods. He did so again after returning to the White House last year, triggering the trade war before Xi and Trump agreed to a truce in October. President Trump said he expects a great big hug from Xi as he banks on what he believes is a strong personal relationship with the Chinese leader, who he has admiringly said rules China with an iron fist. Top on the wish list, they say, business deals, agriculture, aircraft, and other topics, with a host of the top businessmen in the delegation there. On the way to Beijing, aboard Air Force One, the president vowed on social media to push Xi to open up China to U.S. firms so these brilliant people can work their magic. The Chinese Foreign Ministry is saying Wednesday, welcoming the visit to expand cooperation and manage differences. All right, the truce, will there be a tariff truce? That long simmering trade war will also be on top of the agenda. The president sweeping tariffs last year, triggering those tit-for-tat levies that exceeded 100%. They're set to discuss extending a 1-year tariff truce, which they reached during their last meeting in South Korea, again back in October. That sort of a deal is not certain at all. Taiwan, another issue that has, big-time implications. President Trump on Monday said he would speak to Xi about U.S. arms sales to the self-governing democracy claimed by China. Yeah, that would be a departure from historic U.S. insistence that it will not consult with Beijing in support for the island. That's going to be closely watched by Taipei and other U.S. allies in the region. China's control on rare earth exports, artificial intelligence rivalry, the trade relationship, also among things that are expected to be taken up by the two heads of state. Both sides will be looking to come out of this summit with whatever wins they can, while also stabilizing an often tense relationship between Beijing and Washington that has global implications. President Trump will also be hoping to leave with maybe a firm date with a reciprocal visit by Xi Jinping to the United States later this year to prove that his relationship, his rapport with the Chinese counterpart there. Lots on the table. And we'll return.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Coming up next hour, we'll give you the full report. The CIA whistleblower speaking this past day on Capitol Hill. Was Dr. Fauci caught red-handed? Yeah, it sure as hell looks like it. Yeah, that was bombshell Senate testimony this past day. Yeah, what happens next? All right, again, coming up in our next hour. Let's head on up to Mike checking in. Mike from Alaska. How you doing?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Summers. How are you? I'm actually right now down in eastern Montana in Sydney with my family visiting, but I can't wait to get back up to the Arctic because I'll tell you what, once you get above the Yukon River on that Dalton Highway, Steve, there's nothing like it in the whole world. But let me tell you, you better live in your rearview mirror, Steve, because those haul road truckers, they can get up to 100 miles an hour, them privateers, like I was telling you before. So I always get over and I camp there until they go by.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty dangerous. And, but yeah, I wanted to say, touch base. No word yet on the ejection seat part. I'm going to call the Museum Foundation probably next week, for sure next week. And I'll update you on that because I definitely will let you know about that because I need to know too. My family needs to know. That family, the Fowler family, needs to know. But I'll let you know on that too, Steve. But those AI data centers, Steve, they're building them so big, it's taken all the water out of the cities, all the electricity, and I think these are for changing history. Once they download all the books, which they haven't done yet, once every book is entered, they'll start changing history. The criminals will become good guys. Our corrupt presidents will become overnight heroes. And if you attempt to change history, woe is you. But, real quick, Steve, was I supposed to get a first-time caller code, and what is that?
It's essentially a code that you would get. You should have got it. It's a $60 voucher where you go to hotshotsecret.com and you place an order and it takes $60 off that order plus free shipping if you're a first-time buyer.
Wow, that's awesome. For right now, though, Steve, is there anybody you could donate that to? My first-time voucher that could use the money, a trucker or a hotshot trucker?
Well, I'm sure we could find a way to take care of that. Sure.
And then I'm going to go to that site too because I'm seriously thinking of starting a hotshot side business here in Montana, serving the oil fields. There's definitely a need for it. They're putting in 5 new wells right here in Richland County where my family lives.
Wow. Well, can you hold the thought there? We got to take a news break. We'll be right back.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long-haul, short-haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Diplomatic tensions are widening across the Iran conflict as reports suggest shifting back-channel coordination among regional powers and Gulf states, even as the U.S. and China are having high-level talks in Beijing. A federal judge is not ready to allow the government to send Kilmer Abrego Garcia to Liberia. The Salvadorian immigrant who had been living in Maryland was back in court yesterday for a hearing on his pending deportation to Africa.
Garcia was arrested and sent to El Salvador last year, then brought back to the U.S. to face human smuggling charges in Tennessee. The judge questioned a Justice Department lawyer about that case and probed why the government was ignoring Garcia's request to be sent to Costa Rica rather than Liberia. The judge is is considering a final ruling in Garcia's case. John Summers, USA Radio News.
South Carolina Republicans are rejecting a call from President Trump to redraw the state's congressional maps.
5 state senators broke ranks with the party on Tuesday and voted against a plan to divide South Carolina's one Democratic black majority House district. On Truth Social Monday night, Trump called on the South Carolina Senate to be, quote, bold and courageous, like the Republicans in Tennessee, who moved last week to eliminate that state's only Democratic black majority district. The redistricting comes after a recent Supreme Court ruling limited the use of race in drawing congressional maps. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A replacement for acting ICE Director Todd Lyons has been selected.
According to multiple reports, Dave Venturella will assume the role. Lyons leaves his post at the end of this month. Lyons has led the agency since March of last year. His last day will be May 31st. His replacement, Venturella, is a longtime ICE official and a former private prison executive. I'm Mark Mayfield.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 67 points. The S&P 500 gained 43 points, and the Nasdaq surged 314 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Oklahoma is set to execute Raymond Eugene Johnson on May 14th for the 2008 murders of his ex-girlfriend and her infant child, whom he set on fire in Tulsa. Johnson was denied clemency, and the state officials are moving forward with a scheduled lethal injection after years of appeals. Alabama will hold a special primary election on August 11th in multiple congressional districts after the U.S. Supreme Court allowed new 2023 redistricting maps to stand. The ruling affects districts including a second majority black seat and could shift the balance in the U.S. House as Republicans gain a potential pickup opportunity.
The 6th congressional district race that's on the ballot here in the Birmingham metro area in Jefferson County, that race will not be certified. It just won't count. Everything else on the ballot, go cast your ballot. It's going to count. Those races are going forward.
A prom photo stunt in Markham, Illinois is drawing backlash after Park District Chief Quintana Brown arranged for a helicopter to land as a backdrop for her daughter's prom pictures.
And she was graduating, and this was going to be a memorable experience. I just wanted to be able to provide that for her. I didn't think that it was going to blow up as much as it did.
Police shut down the May 8th event, issued tickets to the official and pilot. City leaders are now reviewing possible further legal action over safety concerns.
Super amazing. I had such a great time. I'm thankful for my mom. She brought everything together. I'm thankful for that.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups gas today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey, we got us a Thursday or Friday Eve. Weekend coming our way just around the corner. Yeah, I had the Diesel Damsel talking about the fuel prices there in California. Hey, got an email. Hey, Steve, how about this? That's alarming. Yeah, it's a Chevron. Where's that at? In the Desert Oasis in Essex, California. $9.99 and 9/10. $10 a gallon. That's your diesel. The regular gas. $9.59, $69, $79, depending on the grade. Cash price. Yeah, credit card $9.79, $89, or $99. Wow. Meanwhile, we get back to Mike. Well, I guess we'll call him Montana Mike this morning. Hey, you guys have big-time wind advisories. Is the wind howling up there?
Montana Mike. I'm Mojave Mike too, Steve. Yeah, you know what? It was howling, but now I can't believe it. It's calm as can be. Yeah, in Miles City, that's our sister town. That's a pure rodeo town. That's a famous. That's where all in the old days, where out west they took their, what do they call that when they take the cows across the cattle drive? They pushed their cattle drive to Miles City to put them on the railroad to take them all over the country. It's fantastic, but Montana it's in my opinion the last of the great states. Alaska is ruled by environmental lawyers now, and they're taking away their dividend. I don't get it. I don't want to get it, but they're taking away their dividend. It's down to $1,000. It was like $4,000 just a few years ago. But so they've got their own.
Who's sucking up all the money? Are the oil companies keeping it, or the politicians? Who's getting it?
Well, rumor is they took a lot of the money and put it to the Natural Gas Line Corporation development to help the Chinese develop it. Supposedly, the Chinese bought out the gas line 51%, not the gas line, but the gas itself. And they're helping construction, and supposedly there's already a 10-inch line going into Canada, already taking oil off the main line, the main oil line, siphoning it off into Canada, and nobody even knows about it. And also, they're cutting the truckers up there, the truckers' work out, because they're moving pipe. This is going to blow your mind, Steve. They're moving pipe at night on dirigibles, lighter than air blimps that are triangle-shaped. And they are, who makes them? Rockwell, I think Rockwell makes them, or Northrop Grumman. But anyway, yeah, I've got some inside lines on that. That's what I've been told where the dividend fund goes, Steve. But, oh, by the way, Roy Mercer, I first heard Roy, my brother, Steve, he drives those B trains, side dumps. They're like them real long side dumps, but they hook 2 or 3 of them together when they go down the Denali Highway from Fairbanks to Anchorage. They run the B trains where they hook these giant trailers together. And, man, don't get in their way, whatever you do. But anyway, now I lost track. I digressed on that one. What the heck was I talking about, Steve? I got so much to talk about, but anyway. Roy Mercer. My favorite, Steve, is the Marine that sells petunias. And Roy Mercer says he's going to kick his butt because he didn't get up in the corners when he cleaned or something like that. It is the funniest. Roy Mercer is the funniest person. And you're not going to believe this, but a few years back, I was visiting my mom and down in Ridgecrest, and went to a thrift store, and I found 3 brand new cassettes of Roy Mercer. And, man, I treasure them. And we still have the original tapes up in our cabin. We have a grandfathered cabin up in the Arctic by our gold mine up there, Steve. We've been up there like 50 years, but we still have the original tape in there. And when we get new people come up, we play that, and they're dumbfounded. They can't believe the guts of this guy. But it's really, Roy Mercer is one of our, he is a pure Americana, and what a hero. But, you know, I've hit some pretty big wins, by the way, coming down from Fairbanks and down below. I've traveled over 30 times on the Alcan. And, man, I'll tell you, the worst was coming back in from Quebec into Cutbank, Montana on the 15. The wind ripped I have a brand new RV trailer. I have I think Z71, man. I got an F250 now. Man, what a beautiful rig, 6.2. Man, it's the steel body, but I love it. It's an 015. I just love it. Anyway, it ripped the awning off. So I said, oh, boy. So I got out, pulled the zip ties out, did what I could, crossed over into the U.S., got through the border, and I think that was the year 2000. And it got worse and worse as I headed south towards Cutbank. And I looked to the west out of the Rockies. Here comes a giant, I guess you call them haboobs, a giant, I call it a tornado cane wave, a wave of dirt, hundreds of feet high. And my trailer was already feeling like it was going to tip over. Rocks started hitting it. So I went off the freeway and to the left. I couldn't find a place to hide. And here comes this wave, hundreds of feet high. And so I went to the other side under the freeway, and I went to the Montana State Powerhouse. And I kind of pulled in front of their warehouse. And I ran inside the office and asked if I could pull in. There was nobody in the office, this giant building. And they had like 10 cars out in the parking lot. They were rocking. And the alarm was going off. And I went, man, and I was starting to eat dirt bad.
Yeah.
And my nose was getting packed. But anyway, I broke in. I got my truck inside the Montana State Powerhouse. And I looked, right when that wave hit, it was tossing 55-gallon drums through the air, hitting the big giant tanks that were island there. But anyway, a lot of people got pushed off the road, and a trucker disappeared into that storm. And I don't think it turned out good for him. But, you know, this ethanol, by the way, Steve, these are ethanol farmers, corn farmers out here in the east that are linked to the Summit carbon sequestration pipeline. These guys are nuts. There's farms that use so much glyphosate, they want to grow that ethanol corn as fast as possible. And what they're doing is the running off on the edges and the perimeters is causing the pollinators to suck up that glyphosate, and it's all in our trees now, in the drainage ditches. One of my best friends down here is a USDA scientist. He studies pollinators. He's so worried. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. We got to do something. Our country needs a major overhaul. I think every agency is corrupt. Our president needs to work overtime. And no more rallies. Let's roll up our sleeves and do like the truckers do. Work your butt off. But, Steve, that AI link stuff, it's all about speed. It's about how fast the machine can link up to a source. That's all it's about. And how fast can you get your information out? And right now, as I predicted to my friends, AI is going to start eating each other. They're going to channel the energy from one plant and take it to them, and they're going to fight over it. They're going to shut down the grid and try to zigzag the power over to benefit their system. The systems are eating each other, and it's going to come down to who is going to be the top dog on top of the heap. And, and Fauci, they say statute of limitations ran out 2 days ago, Steve, on Fauci. But is there there's no limitation, I don't think, Steve, on murder, right?
Pat B brought that up last evening, and I think Eric Swalwell, or maybe it was Rand Paul, actually, yesterday, who said, that when he lied before Congress, the 5 years from that hasn't passed yet.
Oh.
So they're still looking at that possibility. We'll delve a bit into that here just ahead. I mentioned the dream racing. That's what was going on there in Las Vegas Motor Speedway this past day, where Senor Heatwave saw it all lit up there. Rubber Duck actually apparently hauled some of the cars out there over the years for those. He said dream racing events. They actually rent like McLaren and Lamborghini type cars for use on the track. Actually hauled a few of them for them. All right, there you go. 47 degrees, Southwest Ohio. Thank you, Gary. Hello to Michael, checking in Nashville, Tennessee this morning. Good morning, gentlemen. It's Dave with the Three Fat Truckers. I hope Steve Summers and the overnight crew has a wonderful Thursday. Thank you so much. All right, on to Fauci. It was the CIA whistleblower this past day. Didn't know a whole lot about what was going to be unveiled prior to this testimony. Well, I guess it shouldn't be surprising. Not a single Senate Democrat bothered to attend that hearing this past day. A CIA whistleblower exposing the deep state's effort to cover up the true origins of COVID-19. Senator Bernie Moreno stated clearly, not a single Democrat showed up. This is a hearing about one of the most important things that's happened in our country's history, the origins of COVID-19. A CIA whistleblower coming forward saying the deep state covered it up. The whistleblower, James Erdman II, testifying under oath about how Anthony Fauci directly meddled with intelligence agencies to suppress the lab leak theory. The CIA was reportedly on the verge of concluding it was a lab leak before suddenly reversing course with no explanation. Senator Josh Hawley and other Republicans were present and pressing forward with the investigation, while the Democrat side of the room sat completely empty. They're saying Democrats are still actively participating in the cover-up of one of the biggest scandals in American history. Origins of a virus that killed millions, destroyed livelihoods, used to justify lockdowns, mandates, election interference. The fact that none of them, zero, none of them show up, that should speak volumes. More on the hearing itself. Ripping the lid off the COVID origins scandal once and for all, under oath, as I said. Active CIA officer James Erdman III, it says here, testified that Anthony Fauci personally meddled in the intelligence community assessment, flipping it away from the obvious Wuhan lab leak, just as analysts were ready to call it. Straight up government corruption at the highest levels. The so-called experts lied to the American people, crushed any dissenting voices, protected their own necks while the country suffered. Fauci remains free, raking in millions. It's an outrage, a national disgrace. From the Fox News clip of the hearing, Erdman laid it out clearly under questioning. But your conclusion is that changing from the scientific consensus of it being from a lab to a neutral position by CIA was significantly influenced by Anthony Fauci, to which Erdman confirmed significant influence by Anthony Fauci's injecting himself into IC. We have documentation that shows, as of August 12th, the CIA was considering calling this a lab leak. August 12, 2021. That changed August 17 of 2021. And unfortunately, because the CIA would not provide us documentation we asked for, we can't. We had no idea why they changed. He then drove the message home. Dr. Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional. Dr. Fauci influenced the analytical process and findings by leveraging his position to ensure the IC consulted with a conflicted list of curated subject matter experts, public health officials, and scientists. The CIA team was leaning hard toward the lab leak. Then Fauci inserted himself, pushed his allies and conflicted experts. Suddenly the conclusion got watered down to neutral with no explanation. This matches what we've seen for years, the deep state circling the wagons to shield China and their own funding scandals at Wuhan. Rand Paul is dragging this into the light, but the real question remains, why is Fauci still walking free? Every day he avoids accountability is another slap in the face to every American who lost loved ones, jobs, or freedoms to this disaster. The cover-up protected gain-of-function research, big pharmaceutical windfalls, and the globalist agendas. Yeah, the time for real justice is now. No more hearings. They're saying lock him up.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
right, from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Under the heading, a little bit late to the party, Toby. Loaded up, heading out, pigs in a blanket. 53 degrees in Carroll, Iowa. Oh, and as a fellow Northlander, I absolutely love the Diesel Damsel's accent. Thanks for the great show. Toby. Then we were talking to Mike a few minutes ago. Seeing as he's in Montana right now, I called him Montana Mike. He said, hey, hello, brother Ramblers. It's Steve. Yeah, calling him Montana Mike. If he lives around the Arctic Circle, north of the Yukon River, we need to call him Klondike Mike. That'll work. Klondike Mike. You got a new handle. There you go. All right, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. The fleet management technology company Samsara announcing a new competition using real-time driving data to recognize America's safest and most compliant truck drivers. Last Friday, Samsara debuted the Samsara Driver Cup, a nationwide competition that uses real-world driving data to find and reward top professional drivers in the U.S. Samsara provides fleet telematics services, including real-time GPS, routing, ELD compliance, stating they'll use data from company platforms to score and reward participating drivers across 3 separate categories. Safety Consistency Champion, the most consistently safe drivers across Samsara's platform, scored by factors like lack of speeding and mobile phone usage. You'll have an Hours of Service Compliance Champion, drivers with the best hours of service compliance records across their platform, scored by the lowest violation to driving time ratio. And they will have an Efficiency Champion, the most fuel-efficient drivers across Samsara's platform, scored by estimated fuel saved versus typical use for that vehicle type. I guess this is up and running, or will be, May the 18th through August the 15th. 3 separate legs to allow more drivers a chance to win. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has arrived in Beijing for talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping, focused on trade, Iran, Taiwan, and artificial intelligence.
I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with, and I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen.
Trump says he expects a long discussion on the Iran conflict. He's joined by more than a dozen major U.S. business leaders on the trip. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly made a secret trip to the United Arab Emirates during the Iran war. UAE officials are publicly denying that visit ever happened, though. Reports say any behind-the-scenes coordination between Israel and Gulf states would signal a major shift in regional alliances as tensions with Iran continue to escalate. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
You're actually telling me we found something that both sides of the aisle could agree on in Washington, D.C.? That seldom if ever happens in this day and age. It was not unanimous, but it was overwhelming. A vote was 348 yeas to 60 nays. This surrounds the retail crime bill, which kind of revolves around the trucking industry, the Bipartisan Combating Organized Retail Crime Act. Clearing the House, again, 348 to 60. The Association of American Railroads, which reported 75,000 cargo theft incidents last year, costing them more than $200 million, calling the bill a win for every business that depends on reliable goods movement. This legislation creates a national coordination center within Homeland Security investigations and strengthens federal enforcement tools against transnational cargo theft networks. Now, they say only about 1 in 10 theft attempts actually lead to an arrest. According to the Intermodal Association of North American, urging the Senate to follow the lead of the House and act quickly. Now, they say the House vote is the easy part. Senate passage converts this, what's being called CORCA for short, from a resolution into operational enforcement capacity, making it a national coordination center with real investigative authority to cut across the jurisdictional fragmentation that right now is protecting cargo theft networks. Rail theft up 50% in a year. It's not a problem that local law enforcement can solve in isolation. This needs federal coordination. We'll see what Pappy has happening. Morning, Pappy. What's going on?
What's happening, Steve? Man, I hope they can come up with something to jack Fauci up here, man. I wish they could come up with something to jack up the mainstream media. Gave everything that was like a Houdini trick, man. I mean, we could just go back and think about what they've done to the world, right? With this COVID. First of all, they manipulated the COVID test, right? Them things can be manipulated on if you test and all you need is a real small, fine particle, right? Mm-hmm. To test positive. Like you don't really even have the daggone thing. Man, I wish I could explain this better. I mean, you get where I'm coming from, though. All these false positive tests, right? They wanted it to make it look like more people had COVID than they did. They wanted it to look like its mortality rate was higher than what it was. Steve, it's just the flu. Without any gain of function and anything being done, where you got Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Frankenstein, all these whacked out scientists doing these things to these viruses. We had a saying back when I went through the police academy. You can shoot me, stab me, just please don't infect me. That's back when HIV was going on. And Steve, there's a video, and I remember seeing this. It was going around with Fauci. He was doing an interview when this HIV first started coming out with AIDS and everything. And he was telling people, if anyone in your family ends up HIV positive or with AIDS, you're in danger. Remember that?
Yes.
Remember how they had to come out and kind of squash things? Hey, listen, man, you can't get it by kissing somebody. You can't get it by casual contact. It was Fauci that was spread. Anyway.
They were saying like sitting on a toilet seat.
Yes. Yes. So that's what they did with this mortality rate, Steve. They were literally, and this is all proven stuff. You got hit by a car and killed, and they dragged you into the hospital, right? They slapped the COVID test on you, and if it came positive, it was a COVID-related death, just to jack up the mortality rate. And if I'm not mistaken, Steve, weren't these hospitals for every COVID death, related death, They were getting like $100,000 from the government or something.
They were getting money, and it was a bigger payday if they had them on a ventilator.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you talk about a con, not just on the American people, but on the whole planet. The amount of fear that they stowed upon us people. You look at the TV and they got the death rate just click, 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 click. I mean, to the point, at first, when I remember first hearing about this, what the hell is going on? Kind of didn't swallow the whole pill, right? But at first, man, we're only humans, Steve. If the government's telling us, oh, there's a virus out there, if you catch it, there's a good chance you're going to die.
Yep.
I remember one of the lieutenants called me because of my age, right, at the time. They said, I don't know why, Steve, I should have. I'm just as, I don't know. But he's like, hey, Pat, because of your age and everything going on with this COVID, we had to call you to give you the opportunity to take like 3 weeks off, right? I could have taken 3 weeks off. I think the government would have paid the sheriff's office. It wouldn't have come out of my sick time. I could have just stayed home for 3 weeks and twiddled my thumb. I said, no, I'll come in, man. Because there was others, I would have dumped more responsibility on a couple other sergeants. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I just didn't feel right doing that, but I could have.
Hell, do you remember having to have? We had to have some sort of, it was a paperwork, like a documentation. Yeah, that if we got pulled over, we were allowed to be on the road. But I had to have that to go into the studio every night. We were allowed to be out there. We're essential workers.
Yeah. And if you think about, if we go back and rehash all this stuff, you're just, oh my God. I remember getting phone calls from friends of friends, right? People that weren't cops, my kids and their friends. Well, am I allowed to go to the grocery store?
Right.
What happens if I get caught driving? Am I going to go to jail? Oh, jeez, oh, Pete. Are you kidding me? And the whole mask thing and the whole 6 feet away thing. Walk into a store, stand on your circle. Don't you get off that circle, man. Saw an interview with Fauci. They're like, hey, where's the scientific facts between this 6 foot distance? And he admitted it was back like in early 1900s when there's a flu going around. One of the doctors said, well, maybe if we stay far enough away so if somebody sneezes, you might not catch it. There's no scientific real evidence to show that really worked. I'll never forget, Steve, when I'm thinking, man, what the hell are they doing to us? When I'm watching these kids in school in these tents, stepped up in these tents, man, playing the dagon saxophone. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, man, there's some people that need to be held responsible for this, man. And it's just not perpetrated on the United States. It's on the world. Now, here's the thing. Are you going to really be able to get Fauci on a murder charge? I would say if you could prove that virus was intentionally leaked, it might be a possibility. But that's the only way. You know what I'm saying? that literally get him on knowingly caused the death of another human being because he knowingly Rand Paul, man, this is part where they're talking about he lied in Congress, knowingly did gain of function illegally on this virus. The amount of the money that the pharmaceutical companies have been making, not specifically just on COVID, but Steve, man, what the medical profession, I don't even trust doctors anymore, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a shame. Remember that Pink Floyd song, Mother? Will they drop the bomb? I just saw a T-shirt. I'm about ready to post it. There's a T-shirt with the Pink Floyd on the front. Mother, should I trust the government? No. Are we ever going to get back to normal, man? I don't know. Man. Did you see this headline somewhere that the CIA raided Tulsi Gabbard's office?
I saw that, and apparently there was a bit of miscommunication. It didn't happen yesterday. It's something that documents were taken months ago and haven't been returned yet. You know, some of this stuff that she's supposed to be declassifying. I think by the end of the day, they had that all kind of settled out.
Well, Steve, what I was going to say is the CIA does not have the authority to raid anybody's office.
The president directed to have these documents declassified. They can't override the president. I mean, she's the director of national intelligence. They can't override her either.
So what they did is try pulling a Watergate, right? Get in there and get them to keep them from being released. Sounds like to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the CIA, Steve, has no police power, so to speak. None. Absolutely zero. They have no arrest powers. So to say, when I first heard that, they raided her office. They didn't. It's not like they went in front of a judge. Hey, we need to get a warrant to enter her office. What? No, it's not how the CIA operates. Yeah, they might have illegally broke into her office, but they didn't raid it. All right, bud. I don't know, man. This whole crap with Fauci, I tell you what, man. He's in over. He's not just knee deep. He's way over his head. And for him to stand there, remember, every single day, 2 or 3 2-hour press conferences. You turn on the TV. Who do you see? Anthony Fauci just up there running his jibs. And that whole time he's standing there talking to the American people, he's lying straight to our faces, man. Looking in that camera and just lying to us.
Well, here in
hope he gets some time.
Here in Ohio, Pappy, come November, Ohioans have a choice. We have our own mini Fauci in one Dr. Amy Acton, who was the same thing in Ohio, standing next to Mike DeWine every day. She could be our next governor.
Listen, I will never vote. Well, I don't know. You can't never say never, right? But because our governor, right, some of the extremes he went to during this COVID deal. Yeah. You know, Steve, I remember at work, right? Steve, they forced businesses to close, right? Telling people they can't go to work. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm telling you right now, if I get a phone call from the lieutenant to go tell me arrest this guy because he's got his barber shop open, I ain't doing it. And that was because of the governor's order, right, that came down. This wasn't a federal thing. These were state orders from all these governors. And I remember thinking, man, that's when I ended up getting into pre. I was like, I need to retire as quick as I can, because if they tell me to go arrest this guy, I'm not going to do it. And if they fire me, so be it. I still got my pension. So your audience is right now, wait a minute, you just retired, Pappy. What are you talking about? Most sheriff's office and police departments have, the Cincinnati Police Department calls it DROP. The sheriff's office calls it PRE, for post-retirement employment. So you can retire, right? Technically retire, but come back to work like nothing has changed. You maintain your rent. Steve, nothing's changed. I came to work the next day after I technically retired and was still running the same squad at the same rate of pay, the same rank. Just nothing changed, but you can only do that for 5 years per the contract. Like double dipping, right? Back in the day, before the contracts were around, all the colonels and the captains, Steve, they were double dipping for 15, 20 years. Once they got their 25, 30 years in, they would retire. The sheriff's office would just hire them back doing the exact same thing. They were pulling in 2 paychecks for 20 years. So finally, the union got together and said, let's put the rings on this a little bit, right? So you're allowed to do it for 5 years. Well, my 5 years was up May 1st. So if I would have got the order to do something that I totally disagreed with the governor on, I could have flipped him the double barrel middle finger and still had my pension. So, yeah, so I don't know if I'd vote for, I just lost his name. What's our governor's name, Steve? Jeez, Pete's.
Well, Amy Acton is. It's going to be Acton versus Ramaswamy.
Yeah, but who's the governor right now?
DeWine.
Yeah, DeWine. Gee, I'm having a brain fart. My God. You know, Alzheimer's runs in the family. I'm serious. My grandfather chased my mother around the kitchen table when she walked in their house. He didn't know who she was. He had a butter knife in his hand. He chased her around the kitchen table with that knife. Didn't know who she was. Yeah, but DeWine, I remember when all that went out, I said I'd never vote for that dirty guy again. He's falling for all this crap. We didn't have to do that. So I'm a VV guy, Steve. I'll tell you that right now. He's a smart man. So that's where my vote's going. I ain't gonna vote for this Amy girl. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Nah. As far as I'm concerned, her political days should have been over a long time ago. All right, took enough of your time. I appreciate it, Steve. Everybody be safe. Watch your six.
There you go. Watch your six. It is 844-844-3388. We haven't talked much about Iran. I guess the focus for the moment is kind of on China relations. Are things suddenly going to ramp up here in a few days? Yeah, potentially this weekend. Yeah, the China visit ends Friday. President Trump will be returning. Senator Rick Scott of Florida, in an opinion piece published Wednesday, said the time has come. Bring down Iran's government. We cannot allow Tehran to continue pursuing nuclear weapons or supporting terrorist groups across the Middle East. We must win. Nothing less than victory is an option for America, he says. We need to embrace the Apollo 13 mindset. Failure is not an option. Stating the Islamist regime has spent nearly 50 years openly threatening the United States, arguing its death to America rhetoric. That should be treated as a genuine threat, not political theater. Iran has spent decades expanding its military and backing terror proxy groups with the goal of targeting innocent Americans. President Trump has done what his predecessors could not. He said enough. Iran cannot possess a nuclear weapon to kill innocents en masse. He said the focus of the war must remain on Iran never having a nuclear weapon, no matter what the cost. We all must remember this is the greatest nuclear threat America has faced since the Soviet Union fell. Iran is not seeking a nuclear weapon for deterrence. The regime actively wants to detonate a nuclear warhead in our homeland and kill millions of Americans. Our nation has never experienced such a violent tragedy. We cannot passively watch Iran achieve that ambition. That's why I support this operation. We need to act now and win, he said. Once we achieve our objective, we can withdraw to keep our servicemen safe and give our citizens peace of mind. That's how we've defined victory. We cannot accept anything less. He called the war a matter of life and death. Iran wants to kill Americans. They want to kill me. They want to kill you. Senator Scott, Florida. Final hour coming our way just ahead. News of service of industrial injection and fuel injectors, pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has arrived in Beijing for talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping, focused on trade, Iran, Taiwan, and artificial intelligence.
I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem. And he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen.
Trump says he expects a long discussion on the Iran conflict. He's joined by more than a dozen major U.S. business leaders on the trip. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was grilled about the conflict in Iran yesterday as he testified before the House and Senate subcommittees on his department's 2027 budget request.
California Democratic Congressman Pete Aguilar asked Hegseth what he projects the total cost of the war to be.
When it's relevant and required, we will share it.
I think this would be the format that it would be required.
Undersecretary Jay Hurst, who is acting as Pentagon controller, told the House Appropriations Subcommittee that his previous estimate is that the war so far has cost about $29 billion, up from $25 billion 2 weeks ago. Also testifying was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Consumer prices jumped more than expected in the month of April, rising at their fastest rate since May of 2023.
Mitch McCann says it's according to the latest report from the Labor Department out Tuesday.
The Consumer Price Index rose 0.6% in April, putting its one-year pace at 3.8%, well above the Federal Reserve's long-standing goal of 2% for inflation.
Excluding volatile food and energy costs, the rate was 2.8% on an annual basis. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 67 points, the S&P 500 gained 43 points, and the Nasdaq surged 314 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The city of Long Beach and Los Angeles County are announcing a partnership with the Ocean Cleanup.
The city and county will work with the nonprofit to address plastic pollution in its waterways. Much of the pollution is coming to Long Beach from the Los Angeles and San Gabriel rivers. Officials have announced a cross-jurisdictional effort building on the Bayona Creek Trash Interceptor project in Marina del Rey. That interceptor is a fully automated solar-powered trash collection device. Since launching in 2022, it has removed more than 200 tons of trash before it could reach the ocean. LA County will now put similar equipment in its rivers to benefit Long Beach and is planning to cover the operational costs. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Netflix is being sued by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who accused them of collecting viewers' data. Experts say those viewing habits are being sold to advertisers.
The issue here is Netflix at some point said they're not going to sell that data.
Tech blogger Michael Garfield says the business often shifts, and it has in this case. Netflix has not responded to a request for comment. Pima County supervisors have referred perjury allegations against Sheriff Chris Nanos to the Arizona Attorney General after claims he misrepresented parts of his disciplinary history. A separate push to remove Nanos from office failed, but scrutiny continues tied to the ongoing Nancy Guthrie investigation. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is up to $4.51. Highest prices in California, lowest in Oklahoma. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, final hour. Here we go. Updates this hour. Going after the fraud, the widespread fraud. Vice President J.D. Vance giving an update this past day and kind of warning other states who aren't doing their due diligence, taking it one step further in the state of California, withholding or deferring $1.3 billion in Medicaid reimbursements because they're not taking the fraud seriously. More on that, as we said. Final hour here. Hello to Earl. Check it in. Earl Garrett. Morning, Steve. Santa Claus, top of the morning, has 62 degrees here in Elk Grove, California. Going to be in the low 90s and breezy over the next several days here in Northern California. Hired Gun. I know Hired Gun's Northwest Georgia. It says it's Kingston, Georgia. Good morning. 56 degrees, cloudy here. Just a quick reminder. Spring is here. So you got to keep looking down. Just woke up to a skinny 16-inch copperhead slowly easing across my kitchen floor. He's just a baby, but the baby's just as dangerous as the parents. Watch where you put your hands and your feet, even in the house. They're giving me the creeps, the heebie-jeebies. I don't like that, Hired Gun. There's Phil. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners from Cordell, Georgia tonight. Good to have you all with us. Eagle, kicking off our final hour. What's on your mind, Eagle?
Yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about this virus situation. Some updates on that. I'm hearing some news on this. I don't know. Like I say, I don't know if it's being done on purpose or what, Steve, but things are not being told to the people that should be told. And this Kennedy guy, I've never liked him. You never heard me call your show and say anything good. Well, I don't even waste my time talking about him. But this guy here is in over his head, Steve. You think Fauci was who needs to be in jail right now? I can't believe they let the deadline go by to put some heat on that guy. That was yesterday, the last chance to get him locked up in jail where he belonged. But this because Fauci is nothing. He was nothing. I called him Dr. Doom, and that's exactly what he was. He caused a lot of people to lose their life, and unfortunately, like, you're going to get away with it. But this guy Kennedy is completely in over his head. For him to say that there's, like I told you, Steve, I believe in, like I heard one guy say, he said, you need to be ready so you don't have to worry about getting ready. I believe in getting ready before you start seeing people drop in the street, before you start seeing people, this thing get out of control. And I'm slowly but surely seeing this thing get out of control, Steve. There's a woman in a hospital right now, and I think your news broadcast is talking about it during your break. There's a woman in a hospital right now in France that's on an artificial lung.
Mm-hmm.
That had nothing to do. She wasn't on that cruise ship. She wasn't on the ship, but she was around somebody that was on that ship. And she's in her last stages. The only reason she's alive right now is because she's on that machine. Basically what they're saying. I heard that even before they said it on your broadcast. All I want, Steve, is the truth. And right now, I think that the people that are in control of this situation, I think they're only trying to not talk about it because they don't want to create a panic. They don't want people to rush to the grocery stores and the stores and buy all the bread and food and everything else that's left on the shelf. And that's not good, Steve. You need to be honest with the people and what's really going down, because people are dying and people are getting sick, and it wasn't handled the right way to begin with. The people shouldn't have never got off that ship. They could have easily did this the right way and moved the ship to another location and either treated the people on the ship or safely got these people off of the ship into a facility where they wouldn't be around other people. But it wasn't done that way. And now every time I turn the news on or the radio, I'm hearing about another state. It started out with, 3, 4, 5 states. Now, last time I checked, it was up to 12 or 13, 14 states where this virus is now connected. I think Illinois has now got on that list, and Virginia since last time I checked. So it's definitely spreading, and it needs to be, just trying to put it under the floor mat, Steve, is not going to make it go away. Like my grandfather said, trying to hide something is not going to make it go away. So like I said, I keep hearing these people say, Steve, and it's their own personal choice, but it won't be mine. These people keep saying, we're not going to do this again. We're not going to do what we did in 2020 again. We're not going to allow somebody to force us to wear a mask. We're not going to allow somebody to stand. Well, don't do it. It's your choice. But don't try to stop other people from doing it. That's what I tell these people, Steve. If I'm walking down the street with a mask, it's none of your business. I'm wearing a mask because I want to protect myself. You don't want to protect yourself, then don't wear a mask. What you say?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no one ever said no one ever tried to tell you can't wear a mask. The people that were angry were people like me, where people were telling me I have to wear a mask. No,
that's what I'm saying, Steve. It's your own personal choice. You do. I never during the COVID did I tell nobody in my family, hey, that's your personal choice. If you don't want to wear a mask, if you don't want to stand 6 feet, if you don't want to, I worked the whole time. I talked to you on the radio every day during the COVID. I kept driving this truck, and I plan on doing the same thing, even if this thing here gets out of hand. Nothing is going to scare me to come out of my own home and be afraid to come out the side. I got bills to pay. And I'll drive. If God bless me, I'll drive this truck until the wheels fall off of it. But like I said, these people, I just don't understand people saying that they're not going to do this again. No, if you don't, like I said, if you don't want to get the vaccine, if they come over one day, that's your personal choice. Mm-hmm. I didn't get the vaccine the last time. Nobody's going to force me to do anything. And if I choose to wear a mask, it'll be because I wear a mask. In any business, like we talked before a long time ago, Steve, way back in 2020. If any business tells me, if I walk up to say a McDonald's, and a McDonald's tell me I can't enter without a mask on, I'll turn around and get back in my car and drive off, because nobody's going to tell me that I have to wear a mask to enter their facility. And that's where I agree with you on that, because I can take my business elsewhere and my money elsewhere. But I'm just saying, a lot of people are acting like somebody is trying to force them to wear a mask. Nobody is forcing these people to wear. If you don't want to wear a mask, if the situation gets out, don't do it. Take your business elsewhere. Don't let nobody control you. That's what I'm trying to say, Steve. Right. But all all I'm saying is I just want the government, I want to be all of, not just the U.S., but places all over the world to really inform the people of what's going on and don't try to hide this and let things get out of control, and then everybody is caught off surprise, and you got a lot of dead people. That's what I don't want to see happening, and hopefully God will bless the world, not just the U.S., and keep this thing from turning into a pandemic. And one last thing I wanted to say, Steve, before I hang up with you, because I meant to say this a couple of days ago. And a lot of people may not agree with me, but it's like I said, I don't know if it's false news. They claim that there's another virus that hit a cruise ship. It's not the hantavirus, but it's some other virus. As far as I'm concerned, Steve, people can get on the cruise if they want to, but if my advice, until they can find out what this hantavirus is and what this other thing is, my advice to anybody is don't get on no cruise ship until they can figure out what's going on, because you're only setting yourself up for trouble, because as we said before, they have recycled air. Everybody's breathing the same air on this ship, and you're only setting yourself up for trouble. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, the latest was it's the norovirus, and that those are very common, not only on cruise ships. The norovirus, it's the stomach bug. The barf bug, whatever you want to call it. You got vomiting, diarrhea. Typically, last a couple days, 24, 48 hours, and you recover. Norovirus. It is a very highly contagious. That's why they always tell you, wash your hands. Wash your hands. Cruise ships, you're holding the railing in the hallways. If you're, touching the railings anywhere. People, you're in the casino. People, one person moving, another person sitting down, sitting at the same machine, coughing, touching the buttons. Norovirus is easy to transmit. It's just... It's not pleasant. It's not deadly. And it's not just on cruise ships. Norovirus are very common. They sweep through school platforms. Now, elementary, middle, high school, it doesn't matter. Someone comes to school with the bug, and all of a sudden, 7 kids are out the next day. Then 12 kids are out. Then 50 kids are out. It gets to the point where that bug is so easily transmitted. They'll actually cancel school for a couple of days. Everybody stay home. Let's get over this, and then we'll get back to normal. Nursing home. Those kind of things. Anywhere you're in close proximity with a lot of people. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. What are we looking at? 17 past the hour. Back into
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
as well give you a hantavirus update. This is not COVID. I'm not losing any sleep. Not overly concerned. 18 Americans are back in the USA. Landed in Nebraska. It was a private transport after they got off the ship in Spain. Why Nebraska? In 2019, our tax dollars paid to build the only national quarantine facility in the U.S. specifically designed to safely monitor individuals who have been exposed to what they call high-consequence disease. This facility is more like a college dorm. Televisions, exercise machines, but everybody is completely separated. They do not share air. They don't mingle amongst one another. It's built for situations like this. You're confined to a room, each individual in a room. Right down the street is a biocontainment unit, similar to a hospital room, but with more precautions to treat anyone who actually becomes ill. Nebraska is not the only biocontainment unit. The U.S. has a network to help distribute people in situations like this. All these systems are activated. So out of the 18 people, 15 are in the quarantine center, resting, being screened, daily interviews, establishing underlying health exposure timelines. The quarantine clock starts at the last exposure. Their home situations determine whether they can safely quarantine at home, away from the hospital. None of those 15 have symptoms. There is one person in the biocontainment unit. They tested positive, but didn't have symptoms. Hantavirus can turn positive on PCR testing before symptoms arise and before it becomes contagious. There are 2 passengers that went to the Atlanta biocontainment unit. This is a couple. One person has mild symptoms, the other no symptoms. Importantly, symptoms of a cold or stomach bug at this stage may warrant a visit to this unit. Remember, there is a flight attendant who was presumed to have Hanta based on her symptoms, and she ended up testing negative and recovered. In addition, there are 7 Americans in quarantine at home across 5 different states who were on the ship after the initial case died, but before health authorities knew it was the hantavirus or it was an outbreak. There are also 11 people exposed to the cruise passengers while flying. None have symptoms. All are in close contact with local public health departments. There is some debate about these people remaining in the quarantine facility. They're in Nebraska. Do you keep them there the full 42 days? Or maybe here in a week or so, depending on their home situation, let them quarantine at home. That would be someone that would essentially have to live at home alone. You can't, you couldn't have, say, a wife quarantined and a husband going back and forth to work every day from that home. It's going to be nobody in or out. Get your groceries delivered and things like that. If you remain symptom-free, the CDC is going to give those in the quarantine facility a choice: stay or go home on a charter flight, not commercial, and then stay in daily contact with the local health department. Either way, it's going to be a full 42 days. Now, they say a lot of people disagree on that. Requiring people to stay in Nebraska reduces the risk from everybody else to zero. And we live in a very low-trust environment. If you send somebody home, are they really going to stay home, or are they going to run out to get some cigarettes, run out to get a six-pack? Let me just go to the McDonald's drive-through. Nobody will be the wiser, that kind of thing. You don't know. Now, transmissibility. people are worried. What do we and do we not know? We do know there are two primary ways this hantavirus spreads: contact with infected rodents and, quote, close contact with people who are both infected and symptomatic. We also know the first passengers to be infected were exposed in the most typical way: contact with infected rodents off the boat. The next two cases also contracted the virus in a typical way through close contact with infected people. Close contact is defined by the CDC as 6 feet, less than 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. Now, obviously on a cruise ship, you're constantly in close contact with people. The cruises I've been on, you'll share a dinner table with 10 people, which would essentially all be within a 6-foot radius. All facing one another, you breathe in the same air. That said, the 94 other partygoers did not contract the virus. 82 healthcare workers who cared for the resulting patients remained healthy without any PPE. That was an outbreak back in 2018 in Argentina. So we've successfully stopped this strain, the Andes strain, in the past. Standard contact and droplet protection. This does not appear to be a highly contagious virus between people. Variants don't appear to be a concern. Scientists confirmed that passenger samples were almost identical to one another to samples from 1997 and the other outbreak in 2018. They say it's behaving, the virus behaving as scientists expect. Now, she says, I might start worrying if we start seeing new infections among people who were not on this ship and had no contact with the positive case. We haven't seen that yet. Over the past weekend, physicians around the country received what they call an HAN, a routine alert about what to watch for. And the CDC website has been updated after a press briefing. Better late than never, but the drip of information has made all this difficult to track. The risk to the public extremely low. We have systems in place to address this rare disease. There's no need to cancel trips. This is not another COVID-19. The most important thing you can do is help spread accurate information. Don't double check, but triple check your sources. Don't spread unverified rumors. Do share reputable, verified information. That includes, whether it's from the World Health Organization, your local health department, public health leaders. 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up here as we got a round third, head toward home. Vic got you coming up here. I believe Richard is on board as we get the new day underway. Lauren Weiss, our two-time world champion bull hauler, said livestock haulers are exposed to hantavirus every day. Just saying. News, a service of Industrial Injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has arrived in Beijing for talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping, focused on trade, Iran, Taiwan, and artificial intelligence.
I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem. And he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen.
Trump says he expects a long discussion on the Iran conflict. He's joined by more than a dozen major U.S. business leaders on the trip. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was grilled about the conflict in Iran yesterday. as he testified before the House and Senate subcommittees on his department's 2027 budget request.
California Democratic Congressman Pete Aguilar asked Hegseth what he projects the total cost of the war to be.
When it's relevant and required, we will share it.
I think this would be the format that it would be required.
Undersecretary Jay Hurst, who is acting as Pentagon controller, told the House Appropriations Subcommittee that his previous estimate is that the war so far has cost about $29 billion, up from $25 billion 2 weeks ago. Also testifying was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Consumer prices jumped more than expected in the month of April, rising at their fastest rate since May of 2023.
Mitch McCann says it's according to the latest report from the Labor Department out Tuesday.
The Consumer Price Index rose 0.6% in April, putting its one-year pace at 3.8%, well above the Federal Reserve's long-standing goal of 2% for inflation.
Excluding volatile food and energy costs, the rate was 2.8% on an annual basis. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 67 points, the S&P 500 gained 43 points, and the Nasdaq surged 314 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The city of Long Beach and Los Angeles County are announcing a partnership with the Ocean Cleanup.
The city and county will work with the nonprofit to address plastic pollution in its waterways. Much of the pollution is coming to Long Beach from the Los Angeles and San Gabriel rivers. Officials have announced a cross-jurisdictional effort building on the Bayona Creek Trash Interceptor project in Marina del Rey. That interceptor is a fully automated solar-powered trash collection device. Since launching in 2022, it has removed more than 200 tons of trash before it could reach the ocean. LA County will now put similar equipment in its rivers to benefit Long Beach and is planning to cover the operational costs. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Netflix is being sued by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who accused them of collecting viewers' data. Experts say those viewing habits are being sold to advertisers.
The issue here is Netflix at some point said they're not going to sell that data.
Tech blogger Michael Garfield says the business often shifts, and it has in this case. Netflix has not responded to a request for comment. Pima County supervisors have referred perjury allegation against Sheriff Chris Nanos to the Arizona Attorney General after claims he misrepresented parts of his disciplinary history. A separate push to remove Nanos from office failed, but scrutiny continues tied to the ongoing Nancy Guthrie investigation. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is up to $4.51. Highest prices in California, lowest in Oklahoma. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Real quick, before I get to Vic, Eagle mentioned another cruise, another outbreak. As I mentioned, it's norovirus. Here's some good information, though. For whatever reason, when there's a norovirus outbreak on a ship, it seems to make the news. According to the official numbers, 1% of norovirus outbreaks occur on ships. 3 out of 4 actually occur in nursing homes, restaurants, schools. It's really common. And so this was a ship that had like 115 people ultimately that got it. It's nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, typically a couple days. Norovirus, very infectious. On average, one infected person will infect anywhere from 2 to 7 other people. And the norovirus can live on surfaces, they say, for weeks. And there's one other thing. Hand sanitizer apparently doesn't kill that booger. Yeah, soap and water is your best bet after touching hotel doorknobs, elevator buttons. So there you go. And it can live for weeks. And that's anytime there's an outbreak on a cruise ship. Yeah, when they say they're going to go through the process of sanitizing, that's where the crew members don the masks and the gloves, and they have to go through every room and every hallway and every handrail using the disinfectant killer to try to clean it up for the next cruise. All right, Vic joins us here on a Thursday. Weekend's almost here already.
Yeah, it's just going right by there. Guys stirring up a lot of bad memories there about that COVID-19, but I haven't trusted the government for a long time there. I remember way back when in Vietnam there, the Catholic Church had a lot of money invested in Vietnam, and a lot of it was through Michelin Tire Company. They had rubber plantations over there, and they were literally killing fields. And to see those guys all tore up, and at the time, they had what was called the Daisy Cutter. And that Daisy Cutter was a bomb that they would drop to make landing fields for the helicopters and everything else. They refused to use that Daisy Cutter in those rubber plantations and knock all those trees down. And I could just go on and on. All these different wars and stuff. Even today, I don't even know why they're messing around and using expensive missiles over there in Iran. Because the only way you're going to get rid of those people is they're going to have to really get a bloody nose. You can talk till the cows come home, as they used to say, and they're going to go right back to their ways if they figure they can get away with it. And China might, and Trump, Xi and Trump might be good friends, but the Red Army, they're still making a lot of the drones that's going into Iran, and so China, or the Red Army, which actually runs China through the Chinese Communist Party, but the Red Army runs all their industry and everything. They're making money on selling drones to these people, and I think Russia, they were I forget where they were getting them from, but they have some drones that they claim can't be, remotely controlled, jam their signals is what I was trying to think of. So I don't know if that's true or not, but by and large, when we're talking about all this different stuff that's going on with the today and the high prices, I was thinking about in the COVID days when you guys brought that up. Remember, it totally disrupted the supply chain, and they were closing down meat packing plants. So now then today we have the smallest beef herd in this country since I think the early 50s or something of that nature. So a lot of these beef ranchers or cattle ranchers, that's probably a little bit of a hangover from that, because they've closed down, I thought, several beef packing plants. The livestock hauler would know more about that than I would, but all this stuff just keeps building up and building up. And talking about out there in California, $10 a gallon gasoline, and the reason that they brought the oil down out of the North Slope over in tankers there out of the Port of Valdez was because they opposed building a pipeline down through Canada and bringing it in to the Midwest because they said that California needed the oil, and the reason they need the oil is California had all these regulations that started shutting down all their different oil productions, whether it was offshore or onshore, but around the Bakersfield and all that out through there, there's a big oil field out through there and also off the coast. So the reason California is short of oil and energy products is because of regulations, and that's just the long and short of it. So I think if they do away with a lot of the regulations in this country, that I can't really figure out what the need of it is or what some of the regulations they have, because there are ways that they can get the oil in this country, and they really don't need Mideast oil. And I think that's the first lesson that the Mideasterns need to be taught is if America manages their energy that we have available and cooperate with Mexico and Canada, we can pretty well dwarf what the Mideast has. And now that we're getting Venezuela on board, the Americas really don't need that Mideast oil. So I really don't understand these high prices and are trying to have tax holidays.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see how that's going to work out very good because if even in a car, you blow a tire out on a pothole, there pretty much goes a lot of your gas tax because the road wasn't corrected. And if you're driving a big rig and you get that thing all knocked out of line, and, I know you've had several programs on that, you get a big rig not lined up right, you're going to be maybe spending about two miles to the gallon extra, on fuel. You're going to drop your fuel mileage that much, what I'm trying to say. So, there are a lot of costs, and I know everybody was complaining about Indiana roads. I have a lot of complaints about it, too. I don't know who's designing them or anymore, but soil variability, drainage, and all that plays into it. And when I drive down the road and I see cattails growing in the drainage ditch, it's just a matter of time before that road buckles. That's just a simple fact of life. So when we're looking at all these different high prices, I don't think we're really fully taking it into account. And when you were talking about that virus, the Andes virus, I believe the Argentine spread, that's one that will spread people to people. So I don't know, maybe that's what they're trying to separate out which strain they have. But the first time I heard of that antivirus was there was an Indian reservation out there. I'm not sure which tribe. I think it was Navajo. But anyway, they had a lot of rain out there, and I believe it was New Mexico. And what happened was they have a pine tree out there that gets a little pine nuts on it, and that caused a rodent explosion. And the rodents then, they had that flea on them. It carries a hantavirus.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's, they had quite an epidemic. And the first one was really highly fatal, but like everything, even like the COVID thing, that by and large, that the human body's kind of odd. They kind of adapt to it, weaken it, or whatever you want to say. But that was the first time I ever heard of that. And whenever they started talking about that hantavirus on the cruise ship, and it was a Dutch cruise ship, so I don't know, I guess it was just for wealthy people, and you usually don't expect that. And the other thing is, you're talking about sanitation. I don't know if there are different food detergents and disinfectants that you should use, but I don't know if people are trying to use alcohol or, because, and even in some places they're using methanol, and that's wood alcohol, and that's highly poisonous to humans. I was surprised to find out they were using that. They do use it in some of the racing fuels, and oddly enough, that can actually cause a blood cancer if you get too much of it or breathe too much of it. But I think the big thing is, like you said earlier, it's about sanitation. And I really would like to know for myself, and I'll look that up later, but just how much of the approved food grade quality disinfectants, recommended ones, how much of that are they using? Are they kind of trying to cheat on the sanitation or cleaning or whatever? And then whenever they said that the young Haitian kids were coming over here and working on sanitizing the Tyson food plant up there in Logansport, Indiana, it's like I couldn't believe they were using child labor in Indiana. When they got on to them. Indiana just changed the child labor laws, so now it's legal to use that. And not knocking kids or anything, but you know how it is when you were a kid and younger, and you come to the table and they say, "Go wash your hands" or something.
Yep.
You know, they're not known for real clean stuff. And with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
All righty. Yeah, and that particular cruise, I'd say, undoubtedly for the more wealthy, with less than 200 passengers, but it was a month long. I mean, a month-long cruise. I don't know what the actual price was, but I guarantee it wasn't cheap, right? All right, Vice President J.D. Vance, press conference updating work by the administration to crack down on fraud. Yeah, I'll tell you what he had to say this past day coming up. First, let me get to Richard. Thanks for hanging in there. Morning, Richard.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, I heard you talking about a couple people there that get their first-time caller code. I never got mine either.
Well, I have to get your number down. I'm writing as we speak.
All right. Hey, if you don't care, I'd like to give a shout-out to Dean Michael, the tax doctor. I had called in when you had him on the show the last time and was asking him about if he could help my son out that was in a pretty good mess.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think you might have been the first caller that night.
Yeah. He said, sure. Said, have him give me a call, and he did. And I tell you what, in about 3 weeks, he got him out of a mess I didn't think anybody could get him out of.
How about that?
He's definitely the man.
Yes, sir. He's got the experience. He's got the know-how. Been there, done that. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, my son-in-law had talked to a couple other tax places, and it was like, there's nothing we could really do. And they wanted so much money and everything. It was ridiculous. And Dean worked with him, and he's just a man, that's for sure.
That's great. Awesome. Well, when you called that night, hell, I may not have even known you were a first-time caller. I may not have even taken your number down.
Oh, that's okay.
Well,
I had called once before to talk to Chris, but I'd lost my cell before I got to talk to him. So.
Yeah. Well, we got you down here now, so we'll take care of that. And hey, thank you so much for the thumbs up for Dean Michael, the tax doctor. People need to hear that he's not just all talk. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hey, Steve, what old Daryl that used to call in there, I had heard his son call in that night. I called it about halfway through that he had passed away. What happened to him?
Old as he was, he still rode his motorcycle, and he got out and had a motorcycle accident and perished.
Oh, okay. I hate to hear that. I used to get a kick out of him calling and asking about Stryker.
Every time. How's the family and how's Stryker? Yes, indeed. We missed Daryl.
Yeah. Yes, sir. All right, Steve. Well, I'll let you go there. I love the show and been listening for 33 years. So.
Wow. All right. Well, thanks for checking in, Richard. Thanks for the, all right, thumbs up. Dean Michael, the tax doctor. Yeah, real quick. The war on fraud that President Trump announced during his State of the Union address, where he named J.D. Vance the head of the new task force. The vice president leading the task force to find and bust fraud across multiple agencies Since it was formalized in March, they've got a lot of work yet to do. They hit the ground running in the first 5 weeks after President Trump established it on the 16th. Most recently, various agencies, including the Small Business Administration, the Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, and the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare and Medicaid Services, have furthered the task force's mission to tackle fraud. The vice president has brought the entire Trump administration together to root out fraud and return those hard-earned tax dollars to the American people where it belongs. The task force continues to gain momentum every day, working tirelessly to deliver results on the president's war on fraud, which takes us to California. Federal government deferring $1.3 billion in Medicaid reimbursements from the state. And the simple reason is because the state of California has not taken fraud seriously, according to the video posted by Vice President Vance. There are California taxpayers and American taxpayers being defrauded because California isn't taking its program seriously. You also have people who've been prescribed medications that they don't even need. Sometimes they've had drugs put into their bodies they don't need because fraudsters have actually encouraged false prescriptions and false administration of medication. Fraudulent healthcare providers are getting rich by giving people medications they don't even need. It's a defraud of the American taxpayer. It's a violation of the trust that should exist between every American and the people that prescribe them medications. Vance said funding to the state Medicaid fraud control units could be frozen if they do not aggressively prosecute Medicaid fraud. And if we continue to find problems, we can turn off other resources within their Medicaid programs as well. Now, we have had red states and blue states that go after fraud. We also, unfortunately, have some states, mostly blue, that do not take Medicaid fraud seriously. A representative for Vance said that the vice president's task force is taking all steps necessary to ensure the taxpayers' dollars don't make it into the hands of the fraudsters. As noted by Politico, California has already paid providers such that the decision announced Wednesday means the federal government will not pay $1.3 billion in California's claims for federal reimbursement until the state provides patients actually proves they actually received the services covered by those bills. Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services Administrator Mehmet Oz said hospice fraud is also rampant in California. There aren't that many people dying in Los Angeles. We believe half the hospices in the entire area around L.A. are fraudulent.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, how about a shout out to Truck and Phil? Happy terrific Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. How about a big shout out to the retired Knucklebuster and all the veterans out there. Get her done. Starting off at a chilly 39 this morning. 65 for a high Fort Wayne, 38 to 65 Newaygo, Michigan. All right, be safe out there. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. As far as the hantavirus, it's been around for centuries. I did an interview with a lady from 20 years ago who had it 20 years ago. It just seems like the mainstream media is trying to invoke fear again. Don't take the bait. If you look at some of the video, these people being offloaded, other countries, because they had 20 different countries represented. We brought the 18 back here to the USA. The special aircraft, and they're in the the containment units. Now, you got the media out there, got them all dressed up in all the PPE, the full, like they're in a radioactive atmosphere, and they're hosing them down with disinfectant and all that. It's just, I think most of that's a big dog and pony show, because while they're doing that, there's other people walking around out there with no masks on, no protective equipment at all. I think a lot of it's just a big hype show. All right, let's see. We close it out there here on a Thursday morning, right? Thanks so much for spending some time with us. We will indeed be back at the midnight. Hard to believe Casual Friday will be coming our way for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.